touching, to the point. And in To the Point, we have many stories to tell you. Our reporters have been able to track David's family. David's family is the one who suffered because of violence in Manipur, apart from thousands of others. We have been able to track down the family of those two victims who were paraded naked. We have a walkthrough from the Churachandpur Wall of Remembrance. Our reporters have been sent to look at those bunkers which have been built by local militias and the barricades which have come up, women vigilantism which has come up. We will provide you all those elements and then our debate. Now the meitei organizations in Assam, they have passed a diktat that the Mizo should take care of themselves. The way a local organization in Mizoram passed a diktat saying that meitei should take care of themselves in Mizoram. And in the middle of it, we have an election going state of Mizoram where Zoramthanga is the chief minister, who has taken a very strong position on all those issues. And then Parliament is not functioning. You had MPs on a night dharna. Today, our guest list includes Mr. Nabasham, who is chairman of the World Meitei Council, and Colonel Shantikumar Sapam from Indian Army. But before that, let me take you through some of the local reactions. Let's play them out for you.
हम इस वक्त मणिपुर के इंफाल में मौजूद है। आपको यहाँ पर ग्राउंड रियलिटी दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे, बताने की कोशिश करेंगे आखिरकार मणिपुर के इंफाल में इस वक्त हालात कैसे हैं। तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं, जगह जगह आपको इस वक्त यहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की तैनाती नजर आएगी। हालांकि जो मार्केट है वो पूरी मार्केट आपको बंद नजर आएगी। सभी ने दुकानें अपनी बंद की हुई हैं। जो लोग हैं वो अब ज़्यादातर अपने घरों के अंदर कैद हैं और कुछ बच्चे आपको दिखाई देंगे जो घरों के बाहर छोटे छोटे प्लेग्राउंड बने हुए हैं। उन प्लेग्राउंड में जो बच्चे खेल रहे हैं उनकी सिक्योरिटी के लिए भी बाकायदा फोर्सेस की तैनाती यहाँ पर की गई है। देखिए किस तरीके से जो बच्चे हैं वो पुलिस निगरानी के अंदर यहाँ पर या फिर क्या सिक्योरिटी की निगरानी में खेलते हुए साफ तौर पर यहाँ देखे जा सकते हैं। और सिर्फ ये हाल इंफाल में नहीं, बल्कि अगर इंफाल के आउटस्कर्ट की बात करें तो आउटस्कर्ट में जो हालात हैं वो बेहद ख़राब हो चुके हैं। दरअसल दोनों गुटों के बीच लगातार जो गोलीबारी है वो चल रही है। हिंसा का माहौल जो है वो आउटस्कर्ट पर इंफाल के ज़्यादा देखा जा रहा है, जैसे चुराचांदपुर इलाका, इसके अलावा इसी तरीके के जितने भी संवेदनशील इलाके हैं हर जगह इस वक्त सिक्योरिटी तैनात कर दी गई है। बावजूद इसके हिंसा पर काबू पाना बेहद मुश्किल हो रहा है। और जो सड़कें वो पूरी तरीके से इंफाल की भी आपको यहाँ पर खाली ही दिखाई देंगी। जो गाड़ियाँ इस वक्त आप चलते हुए देख रहे हैं ये वो लोग हैं जो कि या तो अपने बेहद ज़रूरी काम से घर से बाहर निकले या फिर सरकारी मुलाजिम हैं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से जगह जगह सिक्योरिटी जो फोर्सेज हैं उनकी यहाँ पर तैनाती की गई है। और देखिए ठीक अंदर बच्चों का ग्राउंड है और बच्चे खेलते हुए साफ तौर पर देखे जा सकते हैं किस तरीके से सिक्योरिटी की निगरानी में यहाँ पर जो तमाम लोग हैं या फिर के जो बच्चे हैं वो फुटबॉल खेलते हुए देखे जा सकते हैं। ये ग्राउंड रियलिटी इस वक्त मणिपुर की और सरकार की लगातार कोशिश है कि किसी भी सूरत में जो हिंसा हो रही है उस हिंसा पर काबू पाया जा सके।
So this is our walkthrough number 1. Let us play out another walkthrough which tells you how markets continue to remain closed in Manipur.
पिछले 2.5 महीने से मणिपुर लगातार हिंसा की आग में जल रहा है। सरकार की जो तमाम कोशिशें हैं शांति बहाली की वो कहीं ना कहीं नाकाम होती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। इस वक्त मैं इम्फाल के अंदर मौजूद हूं और ये वो रास्ता है जो कि सीधा एयरपोर्ट के लिए जाता है। और मैं चाहूंगा कैमरामैन अमित से आपको दिखाए, ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो सड़कें हैं वो आपको खाली यहां पर नजर आएंगी। तकरीबन 2:30 बजे का वक्त है दोपहर का, और जो गाड़ियां भी इस वक्त आपको नजर आ रही हैं, दरअसल ये वो लोग हैं जो अपने बेहद जरूरी काम से या फिर जो सरकारी मुलाजिम हैं वो यहां पर सड़कों के ऊपर इस वक्त आपको दिखाई देंगे। इसके अलावा जो इम्फाल में रहने वाले लोग हैं उन्होंने खुद को घरों के अंदर कैद कर लिया है। इधर ठीक मेरे बाएं तरफ और दाएं तरफ दोनों तरफ ये मार्केट है, और ये देखिए मार्केट जो है वो पूरी तरीके से आपको बंद यहां पर नजर आएगी। जो शटर हैं दुकानों के वो बंद यहां पर नजर आएंगे, दुकानों के ऊपर ताले लगे हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। दिन का वक्त है, हालांकि अभी जो कर्फ्यू है वो कुछ टाइम के लिए खोल दिया गया है। कर्फ्यू का टाइम तकरीबन दोपहर 4 बजे तक के लिए बढ़ा दिया गया है। बावजूद इसके लोगों के अंदर इस तरीके का डर पैदा हो चुका है, उनका मन के अंदर इतना डर पैदा हो चुका है कि वो लोग अपनी दुकानें तक नहीं खोल पा रहे हैं, घरों से बाहर कदम नहीं रख पा रहे हैं। हालांकि ये जो हिंसा हो रही है मणिपुर के अंदर, वो हिंसा दरअसल जो इम्फाल का आउटस्कर्ट का इलाका है, जो पहाड़ी इलाका है, वहां पर ज्यादा सुनने में आ रही है। कल रात भी जो चुराचांदपुर इलाका है जिसे सीसीपुर कहा जाता है मणिपुर के अंदर, वहां दोनों समुदायों ने एक दूसरे के ऊपर जमकर फायरिंग की है। हालांकि पुलिस बल जब तक मौके पर पहुंचा तब तक काफी देर हो चुकी थी। दोनों समुदाय के लोग जो इस फायरिंग के अंदर शामिल थे मौके से फरार हो चुके थे, लेकिन जो पुलिस फोर्स है वो ज्यादातर उन्हीं इलाकों के अंदर तैनात है। और ये जो इलाका है इम्फाल का, इस जगह पर आपको कोई भी पुलिस तैनात यहां नहीं दिखाई देगी। इसके अलावा जो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है वो भी इक्की दुक्की जगह जो सेंसिटिव इलाके हैं वहीं पर आपको दिखाई देगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों के मन में जो है वो डर इस कदर बैठ चुका है कि लोग वापस जो सामान्य जिंदगी है उसकी तरफ नहीं लौट पा रहे हैं।
So, and now just let me take you through what has happened in the parliament. The parliament has been adjourned and there was an all-night protest which took place in parliament. Members of Indian parliament
हत्यारों पर जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
बलात्कारियों पर जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
नरेंद्र मोदी जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
जवाब तुमको देना होगा,
देना होगा, देना होगा,
वरना गद्दी छोड़ना होगा,
छोड़ना होगा, छोड़ना होगा,
वरना गद्दी छोड़ना होगा,
छोड़ना होगा, छोड़ना होगा।
नरेंद्र मोदी होश में आओ,
होश में आओ, होश में आओ,
होश में आके जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
मणिपुर पे जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
हिंसा पे जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
सदन में आके जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
मणिपुर पे जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
हिंसा पे जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
हत्यारों पर जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
बलात्कारियों पर जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
नरेंद्र मोदी जवाब दो,
जवाब दो, जवाब दो,
जवाब तुमको देना होगा,
देना होगा,
So these are the visuals from the parliament premises. They are outside the building, but it is part of the parliament premise in which the MPs are sitting. Yesterday Amit Shah had made a request. Let me play out the bite and then I'm going to introduce my guest. Yesterday Amit Shah had made a request. Let us listen into that request.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आप 2-3 दिन से मणिपुर की चर्चा की बात कर रहे हैं। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी यहाँ पर आए हैं। मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि सदन के सामने।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मेरा विपक्ष सभी सम्मानीय सदस्यों से मेरा आग्रह है कि एक बहुत संवेदनशील मुद्दे पर काफी सदस्यों ने, सत्ताधारी दल के और विपक्ष के दोनों ओर के सदस्य ने चर्चा की मांग की है। मैं सदन में चर्चा के लिए तैयार हूं। मुझे मालूम नहीं है कि विपक्ष क्यों चर्चा करने देना नहीं चाहता है। मेरा विपक्ष के नेता को आग्रह है कि चर्चा होने दे और इस महत्वपूर्ण मसले पर पूरे देश के सामने सच्चाई जाए, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
माननीय सदस्यगण, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि सरकार चर्चा करने को तैयार है। जो इस विभाग का मंत्री हैं वही चर्चा में भाग लेते हैं। नई परंपरा की मांग करना और सदन नियोजित तरीके से चलाना ये देश और राष्ट्र के हित के लिए नहीं है। मैं माननीय सदस्यगणों से पुनः आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि जिन विषयों जिन मुद्दों पर आप चर्चा करना चाहते हैं सरकार ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है, मुद्दों पर चर्चा कराएं, समाधान कराएं, ताकि हम सामूहिक चर्चा से एक बेहतर रास्ता निकालकर वहां की जनता की भलाई कर सकें। पुनः माननीय सदस्य आग्रह करूंगा अपनी अपनी सीट पर विराजें। सदन की कार्रवाई मंगलवार दिनांक 25 जुलाई 2023 को 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
And today I am joined by Colonel Shanti Kumar from Assam Rifles, Indian Army officer. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And I am also being joined by Mr. Nabashyamji, is the chairman of the World Meitei Council. A very warm welcome to you also, sir. My first question is to Colonel Shanti Kumar ji. Sir, 82 days into violence, why has both center and state failed to ensure that Manipur becomes incident free? You know, either you have a burning issue or you have the issue of lack of movement. Why hasn't normalcy come back, sir?
Firstly, thank you for inviting me in this channel, and my regards and pranam to all the viewers. Secondly, a little correction. I am from Assam Regiment, not from Assam Rifles.
Assam Regiment.
Assam Rifles. Basically, sometimes, most of the times, there's been a misunderstanding. Assam Rifles and Assam Regiment, they are very different. Assam Regiment is Indian Army, and Assam Rifles, where Army officers are posted in deputation from Indian Army, and they are under Home Ministry, and they are paramilitary basically. Now, coming to the question, what I felt was, you could have seen my first interview with Mr. Shah. I was posted as a very young captain in 1994, and I saw one very big clash, and that time I saw many things. And I was very worried, that those kind of things and even more may happen. And it happened, which are not reported basically. So that was the thing why it was touching my heart that we have to solve this problem at the earliest. That was the thing which was there in my mind. And being from Assam Regiment, where my troops are from, this region, even Kuki, Naga, and Meitei, everyone is there from the northeast, from all communities. So that was the feeling I have that when we are in the Assam Regiment, today also in the Assam Regiment, in the battalions, where Nagas are there, Kukis are there, Assamese are there, Meiteis are there, there won't have been any problem. There won't have been any problem today also in the battalion. And they must be eating together and, roaming together, fighting together, where they are deployed. So, because in India it's a democracy and it is a double engine, we say, double engine. And if the state government is at that point of time, very frankly speaking, it was very difficult for the state government to control because of the various posts held by various personalities. If it is difficult, then that has to be understood by the central government. And my only request was that before each and every day was passed, and before any incident happens, my feeling was that if the state government is not so effective in doing so because of various factors, the center has to come down heavily. That was this thing. And the center also tried. but somehow not been able to. But then it was, the frustration was there with me, and there was a requirement of very clear-cut instruction from the state as well as from the center to solve this problem, so that the problem was not, carried on to the next day. That was what my feeling was basically, and how to go about the things. It is, India is not a very small country, or let's say India is not a country which is not well armed and all. We have armed forces, one of the best armed forces in the world, and even paramilitary forces also. But then the instruction has to be very clear. The clearance of instructions, clarity of instruction, the will to solve it, that is basically, that was the only thing required at that time. And, even today also, we must all try to solve this problem. When we try this problem, number one, the first thing, the state government or the central government must understand is, geopolitically, Manipur is very sensitive. Even it is more sensitive than Mizoram or Nagaland. I will tell you why is it so. Because lot of, because of the ethnic existence in our state and the difference of religions, that it is all the more ethnic and all the more sensitive. That is what I am saying. So when it is very sensitive and a place, we have neighbors like China and immediate neighbor like Myanmar, always having problems. So we have to be, the center and the state have to be very, very careful, and the center has to pass specific instruction to the state, making them, educating this sensitivity, that the state also has to function under certain instructions and directives different from other states. What I mean is, like if it is, let's say, Madhya Pradesh, their instruction will be different, because since it is a border state, the functioning and the the instructions, the rules and regulation has to be a little different, and accordingly the intelligence agencies are deployed. So center has to act. That is the thing which I would like to request the environment, that we have to understand that both the government, state and the center, they have to act. That is the thing. We should not prolong this.
We shouldn't prolong this. Nabashyamji, I would, if you would have noticed in past 48 hours, the Manipur crisis has become a bigger crisis in Northeast. First, you had that Pamra organization in Mizoram saying that the Meitei should take care of themselves. Then you have an all Manipuri organization in Assam saying that the Mizo should take care of themselves. Hasn't this crisis started to impact other parts of the Northeast, Nabashyamji?
See, Mr. William.
I'm Kartikeya. I'm Kartikeya Sharma.
Kartikeya Sharma. Mr. Sharma, I would like to say, I mean, from the at the beginning, that if we want to really understand what is being evolving now, we need to look back a little, some 1 or 2 decades. Because this is not a simple violence. In fact, when we look back, in 2016, the Manipur Assembly passed a resolution, not a resolution, a bill, which meant to protect the people of Manipur, taking the base year as 1951. When the Manipur government passed that bill, what happened was, in Churachandpur, the same place where this present violence started. In Churachandpur in 1916, when the Manipur Assembly passed a bill to protect the Manipur people, they call it Manipur People Protection Bill. After the Assembly passed the bill, the whole Churachandpur people came out. They started violence. Even they tried to attack the police station. And when they tried to attack the police station, naturally police forces, they came out, tried many things. to control the crowd, but finally they had to resort to firing, and that was how some 9 people's lost were lost. Blind people's lives were lost. Why I am saying this is something which has to do with a larger political ambition of the Chinkuki people who are immigrants from Myanmar, from Chin State and Chagang Division. So when Manipur People Bill was passed, taking 1951 as the base year, the Churachandpur people, they rise up, they said, no, we can't accept this bill because you are taking this cutoff year as 1951. That shows that bulk of the around 60-70% of the present Chinkuki population of Manipur migrated from Burma after 1951. That is the reason why they protested so hugely that 9 lives were lost. Anyway, the Manipur government took it in a very matured manner. They didn't use any sort of a very stern measure. But that is what democracy is all about. And in fact, before this present violence that started on May 3, on 27 April or 28 April, that you can find it out, on 27 or 28 April, in the same place in Churachandpur, there was some function which the Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur has to inaugurate.
No, I think what you have said is very, very pertinent. Let us play out one more ground report and then I'll come back to Nabashamji and Sapamji.
इस वक्त हम चूराचांदपुर इलाके के अंदर मौजूद है और ये सबसे सेंसिटिव इलाका माना जाता है। और ये देखिए इस इलाके के अंदर किस तरीके से लोगों ने अपने घरों की जो फेंसिंग वॉल है वो बांस की खरपच्चियों से कटीले नुमा यहाँ पर बनाई हुई है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से, ताकि जो दूसरा गुट है वो घर के अंदर ना घुस पाए। और बाकायदा लोगों ने अपने घरों के सामने यहाँ पर बंकर्स भी बनाए हुए हैं। ये वो बंकर्स है जिनके पीछे छुपकर एक दूसरे के ऊपर यहाँ पर फायरिंग की जाती है। पिछले 3 दिनों से देखिए एक बंकर बाएं तरफ मेरे मौजूद है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से बंकर बनाया गया है, रेत की बोरियां यहाँ पर रखी हुई हैं। और ठीक इसी तरीके से हर घर के सामने यहाँ पर अमूमन आपको बंकर दिखाई देगा और इसी बंकर के पीछे छिपकर एक दूसरे के ऊपर जमकर यहाँ पर फायरिंग की जाती है। और पिछले 3 दिनों से लगातार ये इलाका बेहद सेंसिटिव हो चुका है। लगातार शाम होते यहाँ पर फायरिंग शुरू हो जाती है। इन्हीं बंकर्स का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है एक दूसरे के ऊपर फायरिंग करने के लिए और एक दूसरे के ऊपर तकरीबन आधे से पौने घंटे तक लगातार यहाँ पर फायरिंग की जाती है। देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो बंकर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर बनाए गए हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन तस्वीरें आपको दिखाता रहे। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है बंकर्स का। लगातार यहाँ पर पेट्रोलिंग की जा रही है। हथियारों को हाथ में लेकर लोग गाड़ियों के अंदर यहाँ पर बाकायदा पेट्रोलिंग भी करते हुए साफ तौर पर देखे जा सकते हैं। देखिए किस तरीके से इस इलाके के अंदर यहाँ पर लोगों ने बंकर्स यहाँ पर बनाए हुए और इन्हीं बंकर्स का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर फायरिंग के लिए किया जाता है।
And let me go back to Colonel Shanti Kumar ji. So, the army has created a buffer zone, and the army is saying that we want to close the contact between the Kuki and Meitei communities. So, do you think that this can happen for this can sustain itself for a long period of time? Because what has happened in Manipur is great ghettoization of the entire population. On one side, the Meitei police and the Meitei administration, you have the Meitei civilians, and the other hand, you have the Kuki police and the Kuki administration, the Kuki civilian. Complete ghettoization of territory has taken place, which is unprecedented.
As per my experience, in 1993, I was posted in the Assam Rifles on deputation, and that was the time that Naga and Kuki clash took place. So what I feel is what we had done over there, that will also work over here. Like if you deploy one Assam Rifle battalion in the Kuki village and the nearby that Meitei village, some element of same Assam Rifle should be posted here. So there is a coordination between the two, since they are from the same, they belong to the same organization, and they will ensure that not a single bullet is fired. That is what I and another company of Assam Rifles, which was there at that time, we had to work together that way. So, like if you deploy Assam Rifles on the other side, let's say on the Kuki side, and from this side some CRPF and all those things going, so there will be no coordination, or Manipur Rifles, commando going and all those things. There will be no coordination in that case. So if there's no coordination, there's no communication, then there will be a lot of misunderstanding and they'll keep fighting. So that is basically what is happening as of now. And if army is deployed, army deployment, lot of rules and regulations are required. If army goes out, then magistrate and all are required, or otherwise armed force special part act.
Okay. Nabashamji, the line of Mr. Shantikumar has frozen. A lot of people are saying that the chief minister should be removed. There should be president rule. Do you think that the president rule is an answer, temporary answer?
Mr. Sharma, can you hear me properly?
Yes, Nabashamji.
In the first round, when I was speaking, the line was cut off. I don't know whether it is from my side or you are purposely doing it. I don't know.
No.
I was speaking something.
Nabashamji, in this conversation, no lines are cut off. No, I don't cut people out. You have the stage. No. It's not a TV debate. I don't cut people's line off. Please complete your argument.
Right. Okay. But then it suddenly goes off the line. Let me tell you one thing. This is a violence which I think is the responsibility of the central government. One thing is, everyone says why this violence is going on for the last so many days, rather it's almost completing 3 months. Why? Here, let me say in a very blunt manner that until and unless this shoe agreement, suspension of operation between the government of India and the Sin Kuki militants is not scrapped, unless this shoe agreement is not abrogated, this violence will go on. Because this shoe agreement has given the Sin Kuki militants the immunity from the Indian forces. Some rifles cannot do anything. The Indian armies cannot do anything. In fact, you may wonder that the bunkers of these Sin Kuki militants are there near the army headquarters in Laimakong in Manipur, and next to the Assam Rifles camps. These bunkers of the Sin Kuki militants are there, and these Sin Kuki militants, they are free to do anything. And Assam Rifle Indian Army won't act. That is the reason why the meitei people came out in groups to defend themselves. See, the whole violence was started by the Sin Kuki people. We don't started it. If someone starts the violence, starts killing people, raping our women, how can you expect the meitei people to remain quiet? That's the thing. Until unless India government takes into the India government disarm these Sin Kuki people, rather control these Sin Kuki people, put them inside their camps, this violence, I don't think will stop. Because it is the Sin Kuki people who have started the violence, they are continuing the violence, and meiteis are only retaliating. So without understanding this, this whole process of violence game, this will make one confused, but there should be no confused if the people, those in the power or those in the media understands that it is the agreement between the Sin Kuki people and the government of India that is keeping alive this violence. So I would appeal Honorable Prime Minister to abrogate this agreement between the Sin Kuki people and the government of India. This will definitely solve the problem. Normalcy will only return after abrogating this suspension of operation.
Okay, Nabashamji, then I have a question. The same thing is being
Yes.
said by the Kuki intellectuals. They say that the maximum violence took place, in the valley areas. Kukis are being killed. Their churches have been destroyed. They have to say that.
Let me tell you one thing. In Churachandpur, there are around 9,000 people. There are around 2,000, more than 2,000 homes. They have started, when they start the violence, they have burned down all the homes. They have chased, they have burned down all homes, destroyed. Now it is flattened. There is no mark even for the Meitei homes now. It's all clean, not only in Churachandpur, in More town, it's in the border where there are around 6,000 Meitei people. All the Meitei homes were destroyed. All the Meitei homes were flattened on the ground. You know this. And in any place where there is Meitei people along with the Kuchin Kuki people, they have flattened it. But one thing is, when they started the violence, they must be thinking that Meitei people won't react that way. But when, see, this is in our history, that after 1819, that we call 7 years devastation, that the Burmese invaded upon the Meiteis, our houses were burnt like the Kukis are doing today. So what happened is today in the valley area, where the maximum media coverage is there is maximum exposure is there, it's happening. This is quite natural. When you start a war, and when you get beaten, how can you play the victim's card? Hitler started the Second World War. When Hitler got beaten,
But
how can you play
Labashanji, if you
card?
let me be the devil's advocate, let me take the other side because there is no Kuki representative. So let me give a second point of view. You can comment on that, and then Colonel Saab, I'll come to you.
Okay.
You know, if you look at the radicalization within the Meitei society, for example, Mahira Paibi and Arambai Tangol, we have seen that the Mahira Paibi stopped the army convoy, and they had to release those militants who had ambushed the army men.
Mr. Sharma, one thing is Meitei do not attack anyone. Meitei are very soft, very considerate people. Even when in 2016 also, these Sin Kuki people attacked the Meitei homes, torched many Meitei homes in More. We rather tolerated. That was the first thing. It was 1960. We tolerated. We didn't do anything. And when before this May 3, they have beaten Meitei drivers. They have burned down Meitei temples in Churachandpur before the May 3. It was in April 28, 29. We never reacted like that. But on May 3, when this huge, protest rally came out with sophisticated weapons and started shooting to the Meitei homes, burned down Meitei houses, then they molested, they do anything. You can imagine how these Sinku people attacked on us. Then only Meitei became so furious because we thought that they were our own brothers, sisters. We accept them, even though they were immigrants, we accept them as our own people. We have there are so many matrimonial alliances between the Chinkuki people also, because we thought that they were our own people, but we never thought that they will have that Jalangam dream, the dream where these Chinkuki people they have taken the decision in 1998 that we came later on that they will carve out an area where they will establish their own state, like Jalangam state. And for that only, they are planning this. It's a long thought out plan. The only thing is, this May 3 happens to be the context was Meitei's AST's demand. They only took this advantage, took this excuse that Meitei are demanding AST. So, in opposition of the Meitei's demand, they in fact rather took this advantage in the name of tribals, that all the tribals of Manipur are against this Meitei's demand of AST. That was the only context. But Nagas do not act like that. They behave responsibly. When you behave, we would not have done anything. their provocation, so it was too much that the soft. I mean, basically, Meiteis you must be knowing, basically 70% of Meiteis are Hindus. I mean, every month we used to celebrate festival, holies, those are many things. We never thought it was a bolt from the blue. These Kuki people, when they came and with sophisticated rifle and shoot to us and burnt our houses, that was something which we never expected, we never thought. And that violence were going for 2-3 hours before nothing could do. Only after that, Meitei reacted. And you know one thing? Meitei is also martial race. We are also tribal. If you call them these people that tribal, say, we are no less tribal. We are all tribal. Because of our Hindus background, we are taken as general. We have clans, like any tribals. We have only 7 clans, 7 big families. This is what Meitei is all about. And when these Meiteis become so shocked, how could these immigrants, who we have taken them as our own brothers and sisters, how could they attack us? How could they do it in our own homes? In fact, we are the host. They are guests. When your guests come to your home and start destroying and doing anything in your home, how can you expect it? This is the thing.
Okay.
And without understanding this media, they are showing something like in the last week, two girls were apparently that we are so sorry that we will not accept that. But people, the general media, they said, they have even said that the Meiteis are so and so. No, the youth cannot identify with their sins with the Meiteis. We are so considerate, and so many violent acts have been committed by the Sin Kuki people. They have cut off their bearded Meiteis people, dumped it and buried even the young girls. Because we do not have the video recording, that is why we cannot say it. We cannot bring it to the
You made
court.
3 points, Nabashyamji. You made three points. Colonel Saab, this imagination that cookies are outsiders, do you think that that's also fueling in this discord? Because when I speak to cookie intellectuals, they say they are as Indian as Meiteis one. Then they have this position that, why are we being branded as poppy cultivators? Whereas everyone is involved. What happens in the mountains does not remain in mountains. People from the plain are also involved. And the third thing they have to say is that they also fought with freedom. They are as Indian as Meiteis can be. So do you feel that this is also happening because the imagination of Manipur is being imagined differently by two communities, Meiteis and Kukis? And the third party is not there because they are silent, which is Nagas. Generally, this conversation takes place between Kuki and Meiteis, but the third party, Nagas, is completely absent.
As Mr. Nabashyamji had brought out many points, which are, I think, valid, very valid. When it comes to Kukis in Manipur, as per history, it says they came sometimes around 1835. Now, as per the history of Manipur, very briefly going to 2000 BC, the inhabitants of Meitei started at the foothill of Kobru and Nomaiching. There are two peaks basically. They started from there, and the Imphal Valley was full of water. And suddenly something happened, and then it dried up, and then Kangla and Moirang was dried up. And the king of Manipur, from 33 AD till today, all the names can be, all the names are recorded, all the kings' names are recorded, and it is still existing and maintaining. Now, from the same clan at Imphal Valley, that is at Imphal, that Kanglai Park, in the 16th century, the Hinduism came to Manipur, and under the leadership, or when the Maharaj Bhekachandra was the king that time, the spread of Hinduism and the belief of Vaishnavism was spread like anything, and the maximum Meiteis became Hindus thereafter. And when they became Hindus, it was including food also. Food habit also was changed, and the Meiteis became vegetarian, basically vegetarian, but fish. They used to eat only fish, and they became vegetarian. and they became very sobered down, as Mr. Nabashyamji had said very correctly. Now, at the time of independence, that time the Meitei, Kuki and Nagas, what was the status that time? Economically, we are all the same that time. Religion-wise, Meiteis were little organized because of, because you became Hinduism and many Bengalis came from, access to Bengal and things like that. So the Meiteis were religiously little advanced. But as far as education was concerned, the Nagas and Kukis was better than the Meiteis. I'll just give you one example. The first graduate of Naga, Major Bob Singh, Major Bob Kathing, very famous personality, was the first ambassador to Burma from Manipur, or entire Northeast, the first ambassador from the entire Northeast, Major Bob Kathing. And the second, who was an IS officer, was Mr. K. Kipgen. He retired as the Chief Secretary of Goa, and Mr. T. Kipgen, his son, was the ambassador to Ukraine, and he was ambassador to Ukraine in 1999. In 1999, I happened to meet him in Darjeeling. And at the time of independence, the Meiteis, basically, as far as the education was concerned, there was one Dr. Kamal, a doctor, basically, allopathic doctor, and Dr. What do you call his name? Another doctor was there, and there was no one in the IAS and IPS at that level. And the modern organization was, with the Nagas and the Kukis. That was just because they became Christians, and the missionaries, they did a very good job in the entire Northeast, I would say. Even I am educated from Don Bosco School, a missionary school, till up to 7 o'clock. Thereafter, I went to Delhi. That was besides. Now, that was the status of the Meiteis, Nagas and Kukis at that time, at the time of independence. So, it is a different topic when we discuss about scheduled tribe and scheduled tribe demand and things like that. Meiteis are basically very proud people. When I was small, nowadays it is not there. When I was small, when a lady goes for a marriage function and he doesn't have any gold ornament, and he used to borrow from the next house, and he used to wear and go for that, because they are very proud. They have to wear something. They have to, whether you have it or not. This kind of culture used to be there with the Meiteis. Meiteis are very proud whether they have it or not. That is a different thing. That is subject not as per the purview of this talk today. Now, one thing which I feel that the Arambai Tengol has been very misunderstood by the media. Arambai Tengol, I would just say, as Mr. Nabashyam had said, that Meiteis are also warriors, martial race, and they used to fight before the they used to fight with Burma and various groups and organizations like that. So that time, Arambai. That group was there under the king. That was the army basically, and Arambai is a dart sort of thing which they throw while riding horse. While on the horseback, you attack some village or something, and they have dart, and then they throw it to the other enemy, or let's say different tribe or something like that. They were very expert in that. So in the modern times, in today's modern time, Thang Ta is an international sport. Kindly note, Thang Ta of Manipur is an international sport recognized by the world, basically. And Arambai Tengol was not a Tengol, basically. It was some group of youths. They were just, some Meitei boys who are interested in preserving the culture of Meitei, original Meitei before we became Hindus. So they are into martial arts and Thang Ta, that is fighting with spears and then sword and all those things, decoration dance and all those things, decorative dance and all. So small group was there. And I'll just give you one example. During the Kargil War, I used to be part of the Kargil War. And that time, boys from Maharashtra, Bihar, UP, Punjab, they used to come to Punjab. They wanted to go to Jammu and Kashmir, and they want to fight, because that time the blood was, everyone's blood was hot and nahi, hum bhi ladenge, we'll also fight, we'll also, how can they do like this? So that kind of thing. Now on 3rd May, what happened in Manipur, if you refer to Mr. Rajat Sethi, he had given one interview with India TV. Rajat Sethi is a non-Manipuri chap. He is from outside, not Manipuri. He had given certain facts and figures about what happened on 3rd. And that is the same thing which I also heard. And the same thing was heard by others, the local, youths in Imphal in the valley.
But the reaction Shanti Kumar, you can continue to, you can continue to speak on your point of view. But how do you have certain senior position, Army, but how do you break this circle of violence? There has to be some sense of ordinariness for a Manipuri, whoever that Manipuri might be. How do you restore that sense of ordinariness so that the children can go to school, the markets can open, rice can be sowed, there is food available on plate, schools function, people come back to their homes. There has to be a sense of normalcy. We cannot have a situation where, like, for example, in 1993, you would remember Mumbai riots, Muslim areas became packed with more Muslims and Hindu areas became packed with more Hindus. I mean to say, there are thousands of ethnicities, hundreds of ethnicities in this country. If this is to happen everywhere after some episode of violence, what will we become? It will be like balkanization of India.
What I feel as of now is that there's a requirement of some organization being formed in Delhi or at some neutral place, not in Manipur, by some person who can take decision, detailed by the central government, and the party from Kuki, Naga and Manipur, they should be made to represent, and on the table, it should be talked it out. All the opinions should be taken out, and then it can be even live also, so that people come to know, the nation comes to know who is wrong, who is right, and thereafter they can also voice out. So immediate requirement is, like, deploying the forces is fine. It is going on now. The center, state, they are doing it. But on this part, I think immediate action should be taken, that some organization or some forum should be there, that both the parties, not both, 3 parties, even Naga should be called, all these 3 parties should be called, and then from there it should be, it should be talked out, what is the problem, how can we solve the problem, because
should Biren Singh be dismissed, sir? Should Biren Singh be dismissed? Is that the answer? President rule?
It is up to the center to decide whether the gravity of situation is, whether the gravity of the situation demands his resignation or president rule to be kept and all. That is, the central government is mature enough to decide what is to be done. But what I feel is that at the center, some table should be arranged so that people can speak out and in open.
Some sort of a conversation. That's a very important point.
Yes.
Some sort of a conversation. Nabashamji, do you think the answer lies in president rule? And a new committee, a peace committee?
One point. Let me just make one point before coming into that.
Okay. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
You asked something to Colonel Saab regarding this. And let me tell you one thing. There are 2 groups of people, 2 groups of militants which goes into the agreement of SHU. One is UPF, another is KNO. Under these 2 umbrellas, there are around 20 to 30 small groups of militant groups with which the government of India is making the agreement signed. But what is very interesting is there are 2 signatories. The signatory number 1, Hanglento Guite, he was a member of parliament of the Burmese parliament. Do you believe this? In 1990, he was elected to the Burmese parliament of Burma, the Myanmarese parliament of Burma. And after that, in 1995, he landed up to Manipur, and somehow he manipulated and got his name enrolled in the voter list, got his Indian passport. He is a foreigner. He's a pakka foreigner. He's an illegal immigrant. I'm not saying all Chinkukis are illegal immigrants. They are immigrants, no problem. From 15th century onwards, these Europeans, they go to America as immigrants. And America is called as land of immigrants. So what? No problem. So why, when we say immigrants to the Chinkuki people, why they should be so sensitive? Because they started coming to Manipur only in 18th century. Then in 19th century started. And this is present bulk of the population of 70%, around 70% are immigrants. Immigrants or sons of immigrants. This is what we say. We are not saying illegal, but this UPF who signed with this UPFC who signed agreement with the government of India, he is a pakka Burmese. How can a foreigner sign with the government of India for a peace agreement? These are things which we have to understand. Now, coming to your points. See, Manipur is a place where there is no law. To be very frank, it's a lawless state, lawlessness state. To be frank, the state is just quite lawlessness. I feel the responsibility lies with the Home Ministry, with the government of India, not exactly Home Ministry, but the government of India. As I said, there are 60,000 strong Indian security forces, Assam Rifles, Indian armies, and many other rifles. With that 60,000 strong military forces, how could the government of India allow this violence to go on? How could? How could? I mean, Manipur government is just a helpless. It doesn't have any effect. Manipur government. Maybe this is Mr. Biren Singh may be kept by the Home Minister for their political advantage because election is around the corner.
Are you
so
saying that has Biren Singh ji failed to do his job? Has he failed as a CM?
In fact, not only Biren Singh, even the Home Minister of India, he failed, completely failed. 60,000 strong Indian soldiers failed to stop these Sikh militants. Attackers, as I said at the beginning, attackers are the Chinkukis, not the meiteis. We only retaliate. The moment they stop firing to the meiteis, see, every day, yesterday also, today also, it will happen, tomorrow it will happen. There will be no stoppage because they want to put the pot boiling because their idea is to carve out.
Okay.
To carve out from our state, their own homeland. That is why if they keep quiet, then they will not get it. See, in any case, whether if not for meitei, they will find something else, some other date, some other occasion, and will do something. You know, they are not simple thing. In Burma also, they rebel against the Burmese army. They said they were asking for independent homeland in Burma, and this Burmese government, they kicked them out. You know, these are the people like that. They are not simple. In fact, they are not a tribal. You think they are not tribal, they are cosmopolitan. You know, yeah, they claim they are Jews. They are Jewish people. So in fact, it must be having, the government of India must be having in records that more than 3,000 Chinkuki people from Manipur have migrated to Israel because they are the Israeli people.
Okay.
Even they appeal the Israeli Prime Minister to intervene for their Jewish group, for their Jewish people. Means Jewish people means Chinkuki people. They are not tribal. When we understand, they are not tribal. It's something very. It's a mistake that their names are put in the scheduled tribe list of the government of India in the constitution. Their names should be removed from the Indian constitution. They are not tribals. They are not hill people. You know,
okay.
And the thing is, they are only using this tribal. They are not tribal. In fact, Manipur's indigenous people are meitei and Naga only. Now, I'm not saying that other people should not come. In fact, we also welcome them. Even the Chinkuki people, we took them as our own brothers and sisters.
Let me take this to Colonel Saab. Colonel Saab, do you think that only Nagas and Meiteis are indigenous to Manipur and not Kukis?
Yeah, that is a fact. That is a fact. I'm not saying because I am a Meitei chap, but they came at around 1835. The first one, they came at around 1835, they were brought by the British, and it is a fact, it is there in the history. And one more thing which I would like to mention over here is not for this thing, as per the history I'm talking about, I am from Assam regiment, that is why I know certain things from the army point of view. In 1917, and before that, the British had taken the kingdom of Manipur. So he told the British people, they told the king that you give 2,000 people to be sent to Europe. They were to be used as porter during the First World War, and some were used. So that is the time that some of the Kuki, they revolted. That no, we will not go. We will not go. So that was the war, the Kuki Anglo war. That is the war. It is not war. It is a rebel actually. War is between two countries basically. It cannot be called as war. But what happened was during that time, during that war, Anglo-Kuki war, the British observed one thing, that the Kukis were also very great fighters. So when Assam regiment from the northeast, Assam regiment was raised on 15 June 1941. That time, a lot of Kukis and Lusais were also enrolled, and they did very well during the Second World War in the battle for the defense of Kohima. They did very well. It is a fact. It is a history. What Mr. Nabas Shamji said, that Kukis are not indigenous. There's no doubt about that. But they came, and if they have come, you know, India government is saying 70, 71, 65 citizen and all those things. So 1835 is a long time back. Yeah, they are also citizens of India. Yeah, they will fight. We are all fighting in the regiment, in the country for the unity of India. There's no doubt about that. They are citizens. They are Indians. There's no doubt. But one thing is there. They must now, since the rule is there in India that they have given the cut down. This is the age. This is the year. After this, any person who are coming, they have to come with legal papers. Otherwise, they are refugees or they are immigrant. This we have to understand. So they have to, if they are if they want to prove that if anybody for that matter, even Meitei also, there are many Meiteis in Bangladesh and even Burma also, if they have to come with proper channel and with proper legal papers. There's no doubt about that, since there is rules and regulation in the country, in our country also. So there's no doubt. But indigenous, this thing, there's no doubt about that. There's question not required to be asked actually.
Okay,
it's a known fact.
So then how do you get the talk going? You know, it is so surprising that even the peace committee is not there. You know, it's 82 days, and the nature of this fight is very, very different. Two communities are fighting with each other. The symbols of the state have survived. Symbols of the state have not been destroyed. But one thing which is very, very disturbing is that the arms and ammunition which has been looted has not come back to the police and army. What do you do to get that back? 2 lakh bullets and more than 4,000 arms they have disappeared. Colonel Saab.
It will all come. It will all come, because after that negotiation, it won't come. Yes, it'll be subsequently, it'll be all surrendered. It'll be all given. Now, as Nabas Shamji has said, that after that, if there is an agreement between the government of India and the parties, if it is agreed that no bullet will be fired now onwards, and all the people who are under sue, if the sue agreement is not abrogated, also, if the government of India is able to get all the people by name at some place, let's say Assam mein rakh do unko, kya problem hai? Where is the problem? 2,000 chaps keeping in Assam, some place in Assam in a camp. What is the problem? Like NSCN has been kept in Nagaland at Camp Hebron. So, and then proper guard and things can be there. You know, the fate of both the parties have to be gained by the negotiating party. Otherwise, you know, the weapon will not come as of now. If the weapon comes, one thing is there. At the time before 3rd May, the government of Manipur can bring out how many licenses were given to the hills. I'm talking about license guns. How many license guns were given to the hills and how many licenses were given to the valley. These are all, datas are all available. It can be brought out on the table and you will come to know who is what and from where the automatic weapons are coming. If they are in the camp locked with one key with them, one key with Indian Army or let's say Indian government. Then from there, from where the automatic snipers and all those things are coming. So, as I said, which I could not finish that word about that Kargil wala. Like that in Manipur also, after hearing what had happened on the 3rd evening of 3rd May, or on the evening of 3rd May, the youth in the valley, they got sentimental. They got moved, and the wave came, and everybody joined and said, "We are also, Arambai Tengo." So that was the only thing. And one more thing is there, the viral video which was shown in the Meitei society. Let me tell you, if this kind of thing happen in the Meitei society, any person who does it will not be alive. Let me tell you that. And the immediate reaction also in this situation, when the two communities are, fighting, and after hearing the incident of third evening event at Churachandpur, after hearing even this, the house of the, arrested person was, burned, and not only him, others also. And the Meiteis, let me tell you, for that matter, the Meiteis are very particular about the respect of the ladies. Let it be any community. That is one thing.
Okay.
That history will tell you. So, what I feel is, when you have the negotiation and it is under camera, you will come to know what is what. Let them speak. Many people are telling lies. And what I have spoken today, I have not spoken a single lie. Yeah? But many people are telling lies. So many lies are there, shooting from here and there. And every day, something or the other happen, and it increases. Immediate requirement is the table. This is what I would like to request the center, because it is not those people who are suffering, those rich people. They are not suffering. They are in Delhi. They were Bhagya. They are in Delhi. They are in Bombay. They are roaming around. But those people who are, defected people, Kukis also, Meiteis also. You know what happened? The Meiteis who are there in the periphery, at the foothill of the plains, foothills. Those villages, they are not rich people, yeah. They are not rich people. They have come, and like that, at the borderline, those Kukis who have run away from there, they are not rich people. They are all poor people. Meiteis also and Kukis also. They are all poor people. Jo rich wala hai, they are all in Delhi. They are stationed in Delhi. They are having in AC room and having a ball. They are having a good time. So for the betterment of this country, and I would not say that they are not indigenous people. They have stayed here more than 100 years. So they are also indigenous. They are also indigenous people. It is a matter of time and space. As I said, the Meiteis, when you come to a place where it is plains and then water and then valley, the first place, if nobody is staying over there, the first person who comes, he will try to occupy the plain because it is fertile, easy. And the second party if the valley is occupied, then the second party who come, they will try to look for something and they find some hills, so they will stay there. So it is the time, Kon pehle aaya. So that is the thing. Who came first?
I fundamentally do not disagree with you that what is required is a table. Absolutely right. A table is required. People need to come and talk. But the only irony is that the talking which needs to take place in Parliament is not happening. But we have a ground report, and to our viewers, because it's the 82nd day continuous coverage on News9, a dedicated coverage on Manipur which no other platform has done. 82 days straight, every day, 2 to 3 hours straight from Manipur, as a matter of commitment to put Northeast on India's narrative, in national narrative. People who have either served there or from there, not a Lutyens Delhi's expert panel, which stays in Delhi and opinates about every part of this country. Let me take you through a couple of ground reports which our correspondent from the sister network TV9 Bharatwash has done. Please have a look. These are the ground reports from Manipur.
हम इस वक्त चुराचांदपुर इलाके के एंट्री पॉइंट पर मौजूद हैं और ये जो जगह है वो दरअसल अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखें तो आपको किसी बॉर्डर से कम नहीं लगेगा, एकदम एलओसी की तरह आपको लगेगा, यानी कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल। ये वो जगह है जहां पर दोनों गुट की सीमाएं शुरू होती हैं। ठीक मेरे बाएं तरफ ये मेइतेई इलाका है और ठीक मेरे दाएं तरफ आप ये जो चुराचांदपुर इलाका देख रहे हैं, ये जो है वो कुकी इलाका है और ये वो फ्रंट लाइन है जहां पर अक्सर फायरिंग की जो खबरें हैं वो आती हो रही है। देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर बाकायदा तैयारी की गई है ये कुकी समुदाय के द्वारा। ये देखिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर बंकर बनाए गए हैं, यहाँ पर ये देखिए किस तरीके से बैरिकेटिंग यहाँ पर की गई है, बाकायदा मट्टी लगाकर यहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग की गई है, सामने पत्थर लगाकर बैरिकेटिंग की गई है ताकि जो गाड़ियां आती हैं उनकी स्पीड कम हो, यहाँ पर गाड़ियां धीरे जाएं। और उसके बाद ये लोग जो महिलाएं सामने आप देख रहे हैं कुकी समाज की, वो महिलाएं उन लोग गाड़ियों को चेक करती हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन अमित आपको दिखाएं एक बार। ये देखिए किस तरीके से बाकायदा उनको चेक किया जा रहा है, उनके आधार कार्ड चेक किए जाते हैं और उसके बाद जब वो श्योर हो जाती हैं कि चुराचांदपुर के रहने वाले लोग हैं, तब उन्हें अंदर जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त दी जाती है। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से अगर कोई ज़बरदस्ती जाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसका भी इंतज़ाम यहाँ पर किया गया है। ये देखिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर जो किलो वाला फट्टा होता है वो यहाँ पर रखा हुआ है। अगर कोई जैसे ही जबरदस्ती यहाँ से गाड़ी ले जाने की जबरन कोशिश करेगा तो बाकायदा इस रस्सी के जरिए इस फट्टे को बीच रास्ते में लाया जाएगा ताकि उसकी कार को पंचर करके रोका जा सके। तो कह सकते हैं कि एक तरीके से ये जो पूरा इलाका है वो बॉर्डर के अंदर तब्दील हो चुका है। ये देखिए कि तस्वीरें आप देखिए, अब तस्वीरें ही अपने आप में बताने के लिए काफ़ी हैं कि मणिपुर के जो हालात हैं वो किस कदर बद से बदतर यहाँ पर हो चुके हैं। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो महिलाएं हैं उनको यहाँ पर आगे किया गया और मकसद ये है कि जिस वक्त आर्मी यहाँ पर आती है तो आर्मी अंदर ना एंटर कर पाए, इस वजह से यहाँ पर बाकायदा महिलाओं को रखा गया है फ्रंट लाइन पर। और ये वो महिलाएं हैं, जैसे पुलिस फोर्स आती है, आर्मी आती है तो बाकायदा ये सामने आकर उनको रोकती हैं। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से बाकायदा जो गाड़ियां हैं उन गाड़ियों को यहाँ पर चेक किया जा रहा है। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ये देखिए जो भी गाड़ी जाती है अंदर बाकायदा उस गाड़ी को चेक किया जाता है इन महिलाओं के द्वारा। ये महिलाओं ने खुद पूरा अपने कंट्रोल में इस पूरे इलाके को ले लिया है। बाकायदा खुद ये हर गाड़ी को चेक करती हैं और चेक करने के बाद ही इनको हर वाहन को अंदर जाने की इजाज़त यहाँ पर दी जाती है। बाकायदा उनके आइडेंटिटी कार्ड यहाँ पर चेक किए जाते हैं। और ये देखिए बाकायदा बैरिकेटिंग यहाँ पर की गई है। और ये तस्वीर मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आपको दिखाएं, बाकायदा यहाँ पर बंकर्स भी बनाए गए हैं। और इन बंकर्स का जो इस्तेमाल है, जब दूसरा गुट सामने से आता है ठीक रोड के सामने से और जब वो फायरिंग करता है तो उस वक्त ये लोग छिपने के लिए इनका इस्तेमाल करते हैं। बाकायदा उनको रिटेलिएट करने के लिए इस तरीके से जो बंकर्स हैं इनका इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर किया जाता है। तो कह सकते हैं कि एक तरीके से ये जो पूरा इलाका आप देख रहे हैं, ये देखिए महिला यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई आपको सड़कों पर दिखाई देंगी। बाकायदा इन महिलाओं की जो ड्यूटी होती है वो भी यहाँ पर शिफ्ट में होती है, यानी कि 4-4 घंटे की यहाँ पर बाकायदा शिफ्ट लगती है और उसी शिफ्ट से यहाँ पर लोग अपनी नौकरी करते हैं, एक दूसरे की मदद यहाँ पर करते हैं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर सोने का इंतजाम इन्होंने यहाँ पर किया हुआ है। जो लोग शिफ्ट से अपनी ड्यूटी करते हैं यहाँ पर सोते हैं और उसके बाद जाकर अपनी शिफ्ट दोबारा से यहाँ पर करने लगते हैं। तो तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं, ये जो जगह है ये दरअसल वो जगह है, वो फ्रंट लाइन है जो कि दोनों गुटों को ठीक आमने सामने लाकर खड़ा करती है। और इसी फ्रंट लाइन पर सबसे ज़्यादा सिक्योरिटी आपको दिखाई देगी ये कुकी समाज की। और अगर हम यहाँ से तकरीबन 1.5 से 2 किलोमीटर दूर जाएंगे तो वहाँ पर जो मेइतेई समाज है उसकी यहाँ पर बाकायदा वहाँ पर भी ठीक इसी तरीके से उनका अरेंजमेंट जो है सिक्योरिटी का वो यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देगा। और बाकायदा जो लोग यहाँ पर आते हैं, जो भारी लोग अंदर जाते हैं, उनको बाकायदा एक स्लिप यहाँ पर इशू की जाती है और उस स्लिप को इशू करने के बाद उनका टाइम नोट किया जाता है। और जब वो लोग बाहर आते हैं तो स्लिप को देने के बाद ही वो लोग यहाँ से निकल पाएंगे। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आगे तक आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो गाड़ी आ रही है बाकायदा उस गाड़ी को भी यहाँ पर चेक किया जा रहा है महिलाओं के द्वारा। यहाँ पर स्लिप बाकायदा ली जाती है, जो स्लिप इनकी तरफ से इशू की जाती है। ये देखिए ठीक सामने वो जगह है जहाँ पर बाकायदा स्लिप यहाँ पर दी जाती है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से ये वो जगह है जहाँ पर यहाँ पर बाकायदा स्लिप इशू की जाती है और स्लिप इशू करने के बाद लोगों को आगे जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त फिलहाल दी जाती है। तो तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से अपनी खुद की सुरक्षा यहाँ पर लोग करते हुए साफ तौर पर दिखाई देंगे। और यहाँ पर जो कोशिश है स्थानीय लोगों की कि जो दूसरा गुट है वो यहाँ पर कैप्चर ना कर पाए, अंदर ना पाए, और उसी के लिए यहाँ पर बाकायदा इस तरीके से सीमेंटेड बंकर्स यहाँ पर बनाए गए। और बाकायदा देखिए आधार कार्ड यहाँ दिखाया जाता है और उसके बाद यहाँ पर रजिस्टर में नोटिंग यहाँ पर की जाती है। बाकायदा यहाँ पर एक स्लिप इशू की जाती है और उस स्लिप के बाद ही चुराचांदपुर इलाके में किसी भी भारी शख्स को अंदर जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त दी जाती है। तो फिलहाल ये जो पूरा इलाका है एक तरीके से फ्रंट लाइन में तब्दील हो चुका है, LOC में तब्दील हो चुका है अगर कहा जाए सरल भाषा के शब्दों में। और यहाँ पर महिलाएं जो हैं खुद फ्रंट लाइन पर आगे मौजूद आपको दिखाई देंगी। ठीक मेरे पीछे जहाँ तक आपकी नज़र जाएगी आपको यहाँ पर ताबूत रखे हुए दिखाई देंगे और उन ताबूत के ऊपर ठीक इस तरीके से फूल चढ़ाए गए हैं। दरअसल इस वक्त मैं चुराचांदपुर इलाके के अंदर मौजूद हूँ। ये पहाड़ी इलाका है और इस हिंसा के दौरान तकरीबन 138 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है और उन्हीं की याद में देखिए किस तरीके से सिंबॉलिक तौर पर यहाँ पर ये ताबूत रखे गए हैं। इसके अलावा ठीक सामने मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन अमित बालियान आपको दिखाए, वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यहाँ पर बनाया गया है, यानी कि इस हिंसा के दौरान जितने लोगों की मौत हुई उनकी याद में एक वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस बनाया गया और ठीक सामने दीवार के ऊपर उनकी तस्वीरें भी चिपकाई गई हैं। बाकायदा उनकी तस्वीरों के साथ यहाँ पर आप देखिए यहाँ पर फूल भी लगाए गए हैं और देखिए सिंबॉलिक तौर पर यहाँ पर बाकायदा ये कॉफिन्स यहाँ पर रखे गए। आप यही के रहने वाले हैं?
एंड कंफर्म 100 अबव, कंफर्म 130 कंफर्म,
अच्छा,
एंड कंफर्म 100 अबव।
बिल्कुल, देखिए इनका कहना है कि 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है, यानी कि 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है। और ये देखिए इस पूरी हिंसा के दौरान उनकी याद में किस तरीके से यहाँ पर वॉल बनाई गई और देखिए लोग यहाँ पर आ भी रहे हैं। इस यहाँ पर अपनों जो अपनों को खो चुके हैं उनको याद करने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा यहाँ पर देखिए वॉल के ऊपर लिखा भी है डेड, यानी कि जिनकी मृत्यु इस हिंसा के दौरान इस पहाड़ी इलाके में 129 से ज़्यादा, इंजर्ड 800 से ज़्यादा, चर्च जो जलाए गए 357 से ज़्यादा, जो घर जलाए गए 4550 से ज़्यादा और इसके अलावा जो गांव जलाए गए 292 से ज़्यादा। और ठीक उसके नीचे देखिए लोगों ने अपने अपने तरीके से अपनों को याद करते हुए या फिर जिनके घर जलाए गए, जिनको नुकसान हुआ, उन सभी ने अपने अपने तरीके से यहाँ पर कोटेशन लिखी हुई है। वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस के ठीक नीचे आप देख सकते हैं 3 मई से ये पूरा फसाद जो है वो इस पहाड़ी इलाके के अंदर शुरू हुआ था और उसके बाद से जिन लोगों ने भी अपनों को खोया है यहाँ पर उनकी याद में देखिए वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यहाँ पर बनाया गया है। दरअसल ये ट्राइबल इलाका है और ये जो वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस है वो ट्राइबल्स जिनकी मौत हुई है इस पहाड़ी इलाके के अंदर इस हिंसा के दौरान उनकी याद में सिंबॉलिक कॉफिन्स यहाँ पर रखे गए हैं। और ये पूरा जो वॉल आप देख रहे हैं जिस पर फोटो लगी हुई है जिन लोगों की मौत हुई है हिंसा के दौरान उनकी याद में वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यहाँ पर बनाया गया है।
Okay. I think two very prominent walkthroughs, they tell you a number of things. And I'm joined by Professor Prasanjit Biswas. Thank you so much, sir, for joining me. And
very much.
A lot is happening in your state. I heard that even different capital is being considered, and which led to a lot of issues. And I'm also joined by a former DGP Tripura, Mr. B.L. Bora. A very warm welcome to you, sir. There are two things we played. One is two walkthroughs, one from the wall of remembrance, and another walkthrough was two communities, Vora Sahab, banning the road. So one was being done by the Meiteis and the second was being done by the Kukis. And I was surprised to see that there was no army there was no police there. The community has taken over the job of the security. They were issuing the chits. They were issuing the passage. I mean to say, sir, what sort of arrangement is this whereby the function of the state is being taken over visibly by the civil society, vigilantes, and it appears so organized and proper. You know, if this would have looked like a war zone, then it would have, it would have been a normal of a war zone. This was very proper. You had children sitting in the car, women inspecting it. So, there's a new normalcy where the state as an instrument of force and stability is visibly absent.
See, the state has withdrawn itself and the level of mistrust is so much, the way you are showing, is that they are not even willing to see the face of each other. Now, this situation has, if you ask me, it has 3 dimensions.
Okay.
1, why it happened. 2, what is the current situation, how to handle it. And 3, how about the future. Now, why it happened? See, there are many reasons. I mean, from the face of it, one community is blaming the other community altogether. The other community is blaming the first community altogether. But if you look deep into the issues, there are many issues, and in a way, both are responsible to some extent. Maybe one is more than the other. The current situation, as far as concerned, yes, the basic need of doing 2-3 things, which what you have shown. Number 1, violence must be stopped henceforth, for which state must use its brutal force if necessary. Plus, the peace initiatives. Second is, of course, peace initiative. I think is very important. There's a peace committee. It has not been able to do much of work. So I would recommend that with the peace committee, let them have other eminent citizens. Manipur is known for eminent sports persons, for example. There are eminent doctors belonging to all the communities there working in Imphal itself. There are journalists who are there. There are very other respected people, lawyers and ex-judges of the High Court and all. So I think they will have to come forward, and especially the women organization. You know, the Nupilan and Mira Paibi, what you have. So I think they have to come forward. Of course, at the time, at this moment, they have taken strong positions. But surely if somebody talks to them, they have behaved very responsibly over the years. But now situation is different. That's why they are behaving like this. And I think about the future, I think the basic issues have to be sorted out. Now, basic issues are, you of course know it, I'm just repeating a few for my satisfaction. Basically, see, it is the cookies who have come over from Myanmar. And they settled here, the local cookies here, they welcomed them. And one was a question of land, so on which many of them were made to stay. The government identified those illegal migrants, so to say, immigrants, so to say, and government wanted to report them back when situation becomes better and look after them meanwhile. So this was not liked by cookies. Poppy cultivation is another one. It has come here. There are many poppy drug lords who have brought it here. Government has been destroying it. This is another thing which has not been liked. The third is, of course, eviction of people from the forest land. There, of course, people had established houses. So they have been evicted. And then, of course, some churches have been built. Now, this is not to say that Meitis are not, I think, responsible. I think both parties are responsible. These issues were there. This could have been handled better. When the situation became bad, on the 3rd of May, surely the government had reports earlier, intelligence reports as to what was brewing. I had myself gone to Manipur and Tripura with friends in Manipur and Nagaland in November and December, and things were okay. So I think the political class failed to gauge the situation, same with bureaucracy and police. I think they all failed, if you ask me. And ultimately, of course, the buck stops at the political level. So I think there is need for hard decisions. Bureaucracy and police also, there are divisions within the police you would have heard, in the bureaucracy you would have heard. Meitei officers are looking after Meitis, helping them, and cookies are helping their own people. So I think there's a need for many of them to be shifted outside the state, and many officers from outside should be brought in. But firstly, a very hard political decision, I think the government of India will have to take. Then I think justice must be given, and swiftly. So many cases have been registered. Police is overwhelmed. I think it should be given to CBI or some court-monitored probe, I think, is very, very important. And of course, they should have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And we should not allow more poppy to be grown. Many of it has been destroyed. We must take care of the border. See, Burma border with India is about 1,700 kilometers, of which about 400 is with the Manipur. And More, has been always there in news as the drug triangle, one of the areas, So I think, and relief measures are very important. Confidence building. I think if these people who are manning their checkposts, if they're persuaded by the police, by the government, I think they'll agree, and we can have something neutral. If they have no faith in the local police, maybe they can use the CRP, or maybe they can use even the army. So I think this whole lot of issues, and it is not anti-Christian. Let me also add another word. Some people are saying it is anti-Christian. Not at all. Nagas are also Christians, but they have not been touched at all by Meitis or anyone for that matter. And here also, see, of course, and Meitis also are Christians. So I think broadly these are the issues. which have to be taken care of. Situation is bad, unprecedented. These things should not be done, what are happening, but they should be controlled with kid gloves, so to say, with proper handling. I think with understanding, things will improve, but a lot of hard work round the clock is required by
Mr. Vora, we
everyone
also have,
concerned.
Mr. Vora, I'll come back to you because we also have Professor Prasanajit with me. Your comments on the normalcy of the operation, which I saw, I just can't get over it. It's like, this new normal has been operationalized, the state has been segmented to kuki and meitei areas. It's like ethnicization of a territory. Re-ethnicization of a territory, Professor.
Yes, these are based on territorial claims, the territorial claim of valley, the territorial claim of hills, the question of who is an autochthon, who didn't at all migrate. But there is no community who didn't migrate, And so calling one community as illegal immigrant, in the name of a community is hardly justifiable. And we should not propagate a stereotype in the name of a community, which would add fuel to the fire at this moment. So it is better to consider communities as a whole, and every community has contributed to the growth and development of Manipur. The hill economy is largely sustained by the agrarian kuki cultivators. Nagas also do agrarian cultivation. Now, as far as poppy cultivation is concerned, poppy cultivation has a very complex kind of a situation. It is something that is to be looked at in a more holistic way. Who are actually sustaining it is a big question that needs to be investigated. We know the case of this Manipuri woman police inspector who had been withheld from the force because she was trying to find out the linchpin. We know the story. So therefore, poppy cultivation and illegal immigration cannot be connected in order to blame a certain community. That kind of an approach will create further division. That's very, very fundamental to this whole conflict, that no community should be allowed to stereotype the other community. Because lots of stereotypes are already in the public discourse. The hill people are looked down upon in a certain way. There is a kind of a sense of difference, which takes away the sense of respect from each other. So we should bring back the sense of respect, respecting the cultural difference, and yet bringing back a sense of peaceful coexistence, which is absolutely needed now in the strife-torn Manipur. When the social fabric gets torn, we need to de-parochialize the public discourse. We need to ensure that in no way a kind of a parochial idea is generated and then that gets mixed with all kinds of forces of violence. Already a logic of revenging has set in. Who can take revenge? There is a competition on that. This competitive act of revenging now needs to be transformed into a sense of peacemaking, a sense of restoration of the peace and justice, and a sense of human security, which is entirely missing in the current context. Now, the image of organizing borders and boundaries is actually a kind of a manifestation of the insecurity and inclusivist. And there has been a large amount of social exclusion, needless to say. In a situation where you have a multi-ethnic, multi-tribal society, and you have seen its gender dimension. In fact, no one should go into violating women. No one should attack the children. But people have forgotten the basic rules of a civic life in such a conflict-torn situation. And people have to be restored back to their sense of civility. And that restorative act is something that we need to work out very, very carefully, Kartikeya. In order to work it out, all the factors and the actors have to be brought together. We cannot exclude someone in the name of this or that. Now, this bordering that has happened between Churachandpur and Imphal Valley, from both sides, that could have been declared as a buffer zone. The state can collaborate with the communities so that peace building is possible. State should not remain absent. Rather, state should collaborate. State should find ways to cooperate so that the mutual fear and distrust can be bridged up by the state, because state is supposed to be neutral. The neutrality of the state needs to be reasserted in order to restore the sense of peace and trust. But neutrality of the state is not reasserted, as if state is a third party. State is not a third party. State is embedded in the kukis, in the meiteis. State is embedded in the state of Manipur. State is embedded in all the communities. So it is the task of state to integrate and reorganize the communities who have disinterred and separated themselves by a certain logic of revenging. So state has to understand the gravity of the situation. State had done, the police, the security forces have done wonderful works of rescuing people. We have seen that. They have ensured security in certain areas which were very, very vulnerable. Now, in the whole process also there is a flip side, that there is a conflict between one security force and the other security force. There is a kind of a sudden replacement of mega DGP of Manipur as well. So we can see, how state has responded to the moment of conflict. And the response had not been very reasoned one and a very justifiable one. Therefore, we need to bring back the standard operating procedures, the procedures that can govern a sense of security without being harsh or without being, very, very loosened. So one has to balance out the action of the state, which is not being balanced out. We can see certain piecemeal action on the part of the state. I don't think piecemeal action is going to lead us to a certain kind of restoration. So therefore, we need to take that entire complex history which builds into this conflict. We need to take into account the existential situation, which is about fear and angst about the other and the process of othering that is happening, generating an inner sense of bordering, inner sense of social exclusion. So we need to see this social psychology, this political psychology of affirming a certain kind of exclusivism and a certain kind of ethnocentricity mixed with a kind of xenophobia that actually creates a kind of a physical border with the concrete kind of other. One is a concrete other of the other side. Now you see, this kind of a mode of thinking has to be reshaped, altered and transformed into a sense of fraternity. That is the task. Unless we are able to comprehend the gravity of the situation and accordingly act in a manner that the neutrality, impartiality, the social fabric can be restored, we are going nowhere actually. Kukis and other tribes, Kukis especially, cannot stay in the Imphal Valley. Meiteis cannot stay in Churachandpur area. And we need to see how we can restore the homes, the homes need to be restored. The relief and rescue operation needs to be supported by a kind of a counseling, psychosocial counseling. The victims of sexual violence needs to be given special care. And we need to see that all this caregiving work is done side by side with security arrangement. So if we are not able to think in a comprehensive manner, the very condition of having a dialogue cannot also be created. These caregiving institutions can create the conditions of dialogue, create a meeting point once again, so that people can cross these arbitrary boundaries and they can meet together on some common grounds. And that is how we can rescue the situation and then go further into political situation, which requires a longer political process of handling and a certain sophisticated skill of coming together with a charter of solution, which should come. And you see, if we have some healing words from Honorable Prime Minister of India, the situation might change on the ground. So all that really needs to be done, because entire India cannot remain as a bystander when this kind of a conflict is happening and redoubling itself in a variety of ways every day. Okay, Kartikeya, I think this is my initial comment.
Okay, that's your initial comment, and I'm also joined by Mr. Thangulal Haukip, Assistant Professor from Jawaharlal Nehru University. A very warm welcome to you, sir. You're joining me after a long time. You've been away. Lot of things have happened in past 72 to 80 hours. Manipur issue has become a larger issue in Northeast, and on Sunday I saw a notice by Pamra, Mizoram, saying that Meitei should take care of themselves in the state. Yesterday evening, there was a statement from Assam Manipuri Student Association saying that the kuki community should take care of themselves in Assam. I mean to say that this is completely unacceptable. Civil society members should play a healing touch. They are hardening position. They are forcing state to behave differently. Mr. Haukep. Can you unmute yourself, Can you unmute yourself, sir? Can you unmute yourself? I think there's a bit of an audio problem with Mr. Haukep. I'll try again. Mr. Haukep, am I audible to you?
I was muted.
Yes, please go ahead.
We have almost seen what we have been warning since the last 2 months, that the conflict in Manipur could spiral out to the neighboring states of Mizoram, Nagaland, and Assam. And the last 24 hours, the state government of Mizoram and Assam, they have been proactive in trying to control the situations, in the sense that they try to engage with those civil society organizations by trying to, make the situation, go down by engaging with those people, those leaders, and taking back all those informations or all press releases that were done. So in that way, Mizoram and Assam had been trying to deal with this situation in a manner that has been expected, and I'm thankful to the state government of Assam and Mizoram for especially the Barak Valley and the areas bordering Mizoram has been calm. The police is able to control the situation there. That should have been the situation in Manipur on 3rd May. Had the police given the kind of intelligence output, they had controlled the people, they had controlled the leaders, not to venture beyond certain points. Manipur conflict could have been avoided, on the first day itself. And I just want to react to Mr. Vora previous statements, like the immigration of cookies from Myanmar, or the cultivation of poppy. Prasenjit Da has a kind of reacted to that also, but I would also further give certain inputs that this area, the so-called Mizoram, Manipur Hills, and Myanmar is a kind of a cultural area. In historical epoch, there has been a kind of mobility of people from the same ethnic groups, and what you can see in Nagaland also, for instance, there are villages which falls between India and Myanmar. There are certain villages which has citizenship from both India and Myanmar. So these are the cultural realities, geographical realities of the Northeast, which has to be handled with care and with sensitivity. But the idea of Manipur that has been propagated for the last 75 years perhaps is going to end, because the idea of Manipur has been a kind of a shared space where many ethnic groups have been living together, with certain harmony. Of course, there were certain low level kind of disharmony or kind of disputes existing within the societies, but there has been control to a large extent. But since the early 90s, we have the kind of conflict that started in the northern hills, where there is a kind of a clear sweeping of certain populations into the into the southern part of Manipur, or even in the Imphal Valley. There has been conflict in the in certain months of 1993. So this kind of balkanization of people, and if you look into Manipur today, there's a clear kind of geographical divide between the hills and valley, where there are imaginary boundaries drawn on the foothills of Imphal Valley, where the hill peoples, particularly the Kuki communities, are not able to venture there. And there's a clear, kind of partition or boundaries created between what the colonial rulers call proper Manipur. So Imphal Valley has become a proper Manipur now, and the hills districts purely has become outer Manipur. So the kind of share space that we have seen for the last 75 years of Indian independence is slowly eroding, and we need certain kind of political interventions to bring certain forms of peace. So this by solution, and for the last almost 3 months, the central government has not done anything to resolve all these political issues. So this is the kind of a situation where people are left to fend for themselves. And in the hill areas, many of the relief materials are not reaching properly, and many are almost starving. There is no sanitation, there is no water supply properly in the relief camps. These are the situations that we find in.
No, Mr. Haukip, I completely agree. Today we also have the ground reports. I'm going to show them to you. We have got a lot of ground report. Our correspondent has been able to reach Churachandpur. And Kabir, when we were with Professor Saab, Prasanjit ji and Mr. Haukip, both are academicians, and Vora Saab, who understands Northeast and who has served in Northeast and occupied prominent positions of administration. One thing is very clear, that what is happening in Delhi about Northeast is one story. What is happening in Northeast is another story. What is happening around Manipur is a different story, because Mizoram is going to go in for an election, Kabir, you know. So you have Zoramthanga taking a different position. And then since there is an internal diaspora of various communities, it's a democracy, people migrate here and there. So communities are taking a community position. But what is not happening is that some sort of a reconciliation. So, when I'll play out those visuals, you'll be very surprised to find that cars are moving, children are out, women are out.
They're playing football.
They're playing football. But that, I'm no one to pontificate and say that's incorrect normalcy, but it just tells you that the sort of segregation of people that has taken place looks like permanent, and that should worry everyone. That's like riots taking place in North India. So, you have certain localities which get dense and certain localities which are heterogeneous. It's like Lahore. The mixed localities become homogeneous in nature. But then, I would really also feel, there's a visual I would like to play out, politics bhi khoob hoti hai.
Absolutely.
Politics bhi khoob ho rahi hai. PM ko bhi nishane pe liya gaya hai. The Prime Minister has also been attacked. A lot of things are happening. First, let me play out that Maliwal 30-second video. Like to play them out. There are 3 ground reports. The first ground report I will play out is this ground report from Churachandpur checkpost. Let me play this out for you, and after that we are going to play David's interview, and then we are going to play the interview of victim's mother. That video which shocked the conscience of this nation. Please play that out.
हम इस वक्त चुराचांदपुर इलाके के एंट्री पॉइंट पर मौजूद हैं, और ये जो जगह है वो दरअसल अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखें तो आपको किसी बॉर्डर से कम नहीं लगेगा, एकदम एलओसी की तरह आपको लगेगा, यानी कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल। ये वो जगह है जहां पर दोनों गुट की सीमाएं शुरू होती हैं। ठीक मेरे बाएं तरफ ये मेइतेई इलाका है, और ठीक मेरे दाएं तरफ आप ये जो चुराचांदपुर इलाका देख रहे हैं, ये जो है वो कुकी इलाका है, और ये वो फ्रंट लाइन है जहां पर अक्सर फायरिंग की जो खबरें हैं वो आती हैं। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर बाकायदा तैयारी की गई है ये कुकी समुदाय के द्वारा। ये देखिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर बंकर बनाए गए हैं, यहाँ पर ये देखिए किस तरीके से बैरिकेटिंग यहाँ पर की गई है, बाकायदा मट्टी लगाकर यहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग की गई है, सामने पत्थर लगाकर बैरिकेटिंग की गई है, ताकि जो गाड़ियां आती हैं उनकी स्पीड कम हो, यहाँ पर गाड़ियां धीरे जाएं और उसके बाद ये लोग, जो महिलाएं सामने आप देख रहे हैं कुकी समाज की, वो महिलाएं उन लोग गाड़ियों को चेक करती हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन अमित आपको दिखाएं एक बार, ये देखिए किस तरीके से बाकायदा उनको चेक किया जा रहा है, उनके आधार कार्ड चेक किए जाते हैं और उसके बाद जब वो श्योर हो जाती हैं कि चुराचांदपुर के रहने वाले लोग हैं, तब उन्हें अंदर जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त दी जाती है। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से अगर कोई ज़बरदस्ती जाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसका भी इंतज़ाम यहाँ पर किया गया है। ये देखिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर जो किलो वाला फट्टा होता है वो यहाँ पर रखा हुआ है। अगर कोई जैसे ही ज़बरदस्ती यहाँ से गाड़ी ले जाने की जबरन कोशिश करेगा तो बाकायदा इस रस्सी के ज़रिए इस फट्टे को बीच रास्ते में लाया जाएगा ताकि उसकी कार को पंचर करके रोका जा सके। तो कह सकते हैं कि एक तरीके से ये जो पूरा इलाका है वो बॉर्डर के अंदर तब्दील हो चुका है। ये देखिए कि तस्वीरें आप देखिए, अब तस्वीरें ही अपने आप में बताने के लिए काफ़ी हैं कि मणिपुर के जो हालात हैं वो किस कदर बद से बदतर यहाँ पर हो चुके हैं। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो महिलाएं हैं उनको यहाँ पर आगे किया गया और मकसद ये है कि जिस वक्त आर्मी यहाँ पर आती है तो आर्मी अंदर ना एंटर कर पाए, इस वजह से यहाँ पर बाकायदा महिलाओं को रखा गया है फ्रंट लाइन पर। और ये वो महिलाएं हैं, जैसे पुलिस फोर्स आती है, आर्मी आती है तो बाकायदा ये सामने आकर उनको रोकती हैं। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से बाकायदा जो गाड़ियाँ हैं उन गाड़ियों को यहाँ पर चेक किया जा रहा है। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ये देखिए जो भी गाड़ी जाती है अंदर बाकायदा उस गाड़ी को चेक किया जाता है इन महिलाओं के द्वारा। ये महिलाओं ने खुद पूरा अपने कंट्रोल में इस पूरे इलाके को ले लिया है। बाकायदा खुद ये हर गाड़ी को चेक करती हैं और चेक करने के बाद ही इनको हर वाहन को अंदर जाने की इजाज़त यहाँ पर दी जाती है। बाकायदा उनके आइडेंटिटी कार्ड यहाँ पर चेक किए जाते हैं। और ये देखिए बाकायदा बैरिकेटिंग यहाँ पर की गई है। और ये तस्वीर मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आपको दिखाएं, बाकायदा यहाँ पर बंकर्स भी बनाए गए हैं। और इन बंकर्स का जो इस्तेमाल है, जब दूसरा गुट सामने आता है ठीक रोड के सामने से और जब वो फायरिंग करता है तो उस वक्त ये लोग छिपने के लिए इनका इस्तेमाल करते हैं। बाकायदा उनको रिटेलिएट करने के लिए इस तरीके से जो बंकर्स हैं इनका इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर किया जाता है। तो कह सकते हैं कि एक तरीके से ये जो पूरा इलाका आप देख रहे हैं, ये देखिए महिलाएं यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई आपको सड़कों पर दिखाई देंगी। बाकायदा इन महिलाओं की जो ड्यूटी होती है वो भी यहाँ पर शिफ्ट में होती है, यानी कि 4-4 घंटे की यहाँ पर बाकायदा शिफ्ट लगती है और उसी शिफ्ट से यहाँ पर लोग अपनी नौकरी करते हैं, एक दूसरे की मदद यहाँ पर करते हैं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर सोने का इंतजाम इन्होंने यहाँ पर किया हुआ है। जो लोग शिफ्ट से अपनी ड्यूटी करते हैं यहाँ पर सोते हैं और उसके बाद जाकर अपनी शिफ्ट दोबारा से यहाँ पर करने लगते हैं। तो तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं, ये जो जगह है ये दरअसल वो जगह है, वो फ्रंट लाइन है जो कि दोनों गुटों को ठीक आमने सामने लाकर खड़ा करती है। और इसी फ्रंट लाइन पर सबसे ज़्यादा सिक्योरिटी आपको दिखाई देगी ये कुकी समाज की। और अगर हम यहाँ से तकरीबन 1.5 से 2 किलोमीटर दूर जाएंगे तो वहाँ पर जो मैतेई समाज है उसकी यहाँ पर बाकायदा वहाँ पर भी ठीक इसी तरीके से उनका अरेंजमेंट जो है सिक्योरिटी का वो यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देगा। और बाकायदा जो लोग यहाँ पर आते हैं, जो भारी लोग अंदर जाते हैं, उनको बाकायदा एक स्लिप यहाँ पर इशू की जाती है और उस स्लिप को इशू करने के बाद उनका टाइम नोट किया जाता है। और जब वो लोग बाहर आते हैं तो स्लिप को देने के बाद ही वो लोग यहाँ से निकल पाएंगे। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आगे तक आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो गाड़ी आ रही है बाकायदा उस गाड़ी को भी यहाँ पर चेक किया जा रहा है महिलाओं के द्वारा। यहाँ पर स्लिप बाकायदा ली जाती है, जो स्लिप इनकी तरफ से इशू की जाती है। ये देखिए ठीक सामने वो जगह है जहाँ पर बाकायदा स्लिप यहाँ पर दी जाती है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से ये वो जगह है जहाँ पर यहाँ पर बाकायदा स्लिप इशू की जाती है और स्लिप इशू करने के बाद लोगों को आगे जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त फिलहाल दी जाती है। तो तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से अपनी खुद की सुरक्षा यहाँ पर लोग करते हुए साफ तौर पर दिखाई देंगे। और यहाँ पर जो कोशिश है स्थानीय लोगों की कि जो दूसरा गुट है वो यहाँ पर कैप्चर ना कर पाए, अंदर ना पाए, और उसी के लिए यहाँ पर बाकायदा इस तरीके से सीमेंटेड बंकर्स यहाँ पर बनाए गए। और बाकायदा देखिए आधार कार्ड यहाँ दिखाया जाता है और उसके बाद यहाँ पर रजिस्टर में नोटिंग यहाँ पर की जाती है। बाकायदा यहाँ पर एक स्लिप इशू की जाती है और उस स्लिप के बाद ही चुराचांदपुर इलाके में किसी भी भारी शख्स को अंदर जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त दी जाती है। तो फिलहाल ये जो पूरा इलाका है एक तरीके से फ्रंट लाइन में तब्दील हो चुका है, LOC में तब्दील हो चुका है अगर कहा जाए सरल भाषा के शब्दों में। और यहाँ पर महिलाएं जो हैं खुद फ्रंट लाइन पर आगे मौजूद आपको दिखाई देंगी। लगातार मणिपुर हिंसा से जुड़ी हुई तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं। कुछ दिन पहले जिस तरीके से कुछ मणिपुर की रहने वाली लड़कियों के साथ बर्बरता की वीडियो सामने, इसी तरीके से एक और वीडियो इन दिनों वायरल हो रहा है जिसमें साफ तौर पर देखा जा सकता है कि एक शख्स दूसरे शख्स की गर्दन काटकर गांव के अंदर घूम रहा है और उसके बाद उसी शख्स के घर की जो बाउंड्री वॉल होती है उस पर उस गर्दन को रखकर वहां से निकल जाता है। दरअसल ये जो वीडियो है वो चुराचांदपुर इलाके की है और इस वक्त हमारे साथ उसी परिवार के सदस्य मौजूद हैं, जिस मृतक का नाम डेविड था, और हम जानने की कोशिश करते हैं आखिरकार उस वक्त ये घटनाक्रम पूरा किस तरीके का था, हुआ क्या था उस वक्त। सबसे पहले व्हाट्स योर नेम?
मोनपुई।
मोनपुई, ये बताइए उस दिन हुआ क्या था?
थिलसुंग दानसु जानान तो खन अनिन कापटा मो जो अनिन कापठन खन ही मेइतei आरंबाई हाइन हुंग नचु जिंकार इनमते वनन हुंगने खुसुंगा।
क्या हुआ था?
फायरिंग तो रात को शुरू हुए थे, लेकिन सुबह को आरंबाई लोग आए थे, तो ये सब घटना तब हुआ सुबह को।
अच्छा, कितने लोग थे, क्या किया था उन लोगों ने?
मी इंजान हुंग चुकरिल थे मितम तक जो अन हुंगा इन हाई थुम नो ठान लाका जोन लाग जो नुंग चुन इनन रोपया चुंग चुनन खोसाने।
कितने लोग आए थे उन लोग ये नहीं बता सकते क्योंकि उसने गिनती नहीं किया, लेकिन बहुत सारे थे। वो लोग एक साथ आए थे और फिर घर घर घुस के जो सामान उन लोग को पसंद था वो निकाल के वो लोग लेके गया और बाकी वो लोग जला दिया।
अच्छा, डेविड को ले जाते हुए आपने देखा था? डेविड को भी लेकर गए?
डेविड एंड छुईलाई मुआम
कम मुनन छुईलाई तक जा
उनको ले जाते हुए इसने नहीं देखा।
अच्छा, तो कौन था वो शख्स जिसने मारा? बाद में पता चल पाया आप लोगों को?
अब वो तू है कि सिंगम
अब तू है चू मिति नहीं मुनो लेन मो ए रिचु का रिच चिंग नो जो अमीरों जो अंडिंग है निति हन टोंगरिन का रिच थे।
आँखों से नहीं देखा, लेकिन फिर भी उन लोग का आवाज़ से पहचान पा रहा था कि वो लोग मेइतei लोग ही थे, आरंबाई लोग जो सुबह को आए थे। घर जलाया, उसके बाद उसको भी ऐसे उसका गर्दन काट दिया क्योंकि भाषा अलग है ना, भाषा से उसने बोला पहचान लिया।
अच्छा, डेविड के परिवार में कितने लोग थे? डेविड की क्या उम्र थी?
डेविड का कुमिंसा मनियान सुन को मिंसा मनुमा
डेविड ही 34 यार कुम सोमथुम पलिनिंग नीन का रीता अंदी सुंकु ही मी पथुम अपाले असंगले पथुम अन्य
जी।
इनके फैमिली में 3 लोग हैं, उसके पिताजी, भाई और वो डेविड थे, और फिर उनका उम्र शायद 34 होंगे।
तो क्या पुलिस ने कोई एक्शन लिया उसके बाद?
पुलिस है इन एक्शन अमनला कम
चू चन इन खमई लखिन
उसी दिन से लेके अब तक पुलिस के बारे में कुछ पता नहीं बोल रहा।
तो बिल्कुल देखिए, ये मणिपुरी भाषा में बात कर रहे थे हमसे, इन्हें हिंदी नहीं आती, उसके लिए हमने इनकी मदद ली है। इन्होंने हमें बताया कि दरअसल जिस वक्त डेविड को किडनैप किया गया, जिस वक्त डेविड को उसके घर के पास से उठाया गया जबरन, उस वक्त ये उनके साथ मौजूद थे और ये किसी तरीके से अपनी जान बचाकर वहां से निकल गए। लेकिन जो दूसरा गुट था वो डेविड को लेकर गया और उसके बाद डेविड की गर्दन काटी गई और उसके बाद जो डेविड का जो गर्दन थी उसको सर को पूरे गांव के अंदर घुमाया गया और बाद में उसके घर की जो बाउंड्री वॉल थी उसके ऊपर टांगकर आरोपी वहां से फरार हो गए। फिलहाल पुलिस ने मुकदमा दर्ज कर लिया है, लेकिन आरोपी की गिरफ्तारी अभी तक इस पूरे मामले में नहीं की गई है। मणिपुर में हिंसा के दौरान जिस तरीके से बर्बरता की तस्वीरें सामने आई, महिलाओं के साथ अभद्रता की गई, उसी में से एक जो पीड़ित परिवार है वो हमारे साथ मौजूद है। जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि आखिरकार उस दिन हुआ क्या था। सबसे पहले आपसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिरकार उस दिन हुआ क्या था।
जिनी तो इंसिडेंट उमनी कमा बोइना की पत्नी का बांगती हम बांगोला की पने हम
तो ही बोइना जी का इन उमलो को जो है जो कहे लो जो कहे।
Actually, she was not there at the moment. Just her husband and the 2 children over the villages, and then she and one of her son were here.
अच्छा, ये बताइए आपको क्या पता चला क्या इस बारे में?
बांगती बोले थू कले हम बांग।
आप हिंदी में
जाना फोन का वक्त बोल ले मो कहीं तो बोल कन ईमेल में तो कि देख तो कहीं 18 नाउ अने थिपा है मो इचन कहे रसो जिंकाला का के हो की तो सोन लम निताक लम सो के हो मन लो कता जिंकाला सो के हो इन हो अफेलु कन अति वन जाना की पत्नी तारीख थुम जाना का हो हूँ हाल पर ही तामो जी खवाना का थक दो कन तो ही मेल मते तो नाउरी का पन कन की काप तो कही अति वही का akikap to ka police den keulam erge sang to hedun kapang thei ta poi hungwa dok kata ti.
It was Hindi में तो English. It was on the 3rd. Actually, the day it started the riot. The riot was started on the 3rd, but then she got a call from her son, and then at that time, few houses were started burning in the villages, and it was on the second. Then the second day that she got a call from her son again. We could not safeguard ourselves anymore, so we are running away. We are fleeing the villages, and after that, it was the last time she talked with the son.
इनके साथ क्या किया था?
इनके साथ वो तो वहाँ पे नहीं था गांव में तो सिर्फ इसका पति और एक डॉटर एंड द सन.
तो जो हादसा पेश आया, जो वीडियो वायरल है, वो किसका है इनके परिवार में?
इसकी बेटी.
अच्छा. तो कौन लोग थे, कुछ पता चल पाया उनके बारे में?
मॉब. Other than that, it was just the mob. Everyone was gathered around there, all the meiteis.
पुलिस ने आप लोगों से बातचीत की, आपकी एफआईआर दर्ज की?
एफआईआर कल बोलो हम.
बोलो है ना, बोलो क्या?
एफआईआर तो किया है, लेकिन अभी तक गवर्नमेंट और लीगली नथिंग सॉर्ट ऑफ एनी कमीशन, नथिंग, कुछ भी नहीं.
अच्छा, जिस वक्त ये हादसा पेश आया उस वक्त बेटी कहाँ से आ रही थी, कुछ बताया इन्होंने? कहाँ पर उनको पकड़ा, कौन लोग थे?
Actually, she was not there, so.
नहीं, बेटी ने बाद में बताया इनको?
Now we know akipat da na tayo da kanang kinggen kam.
Chitin min again.
It's they were fleeing from the village, the daughter, the son and the father. It was at their hideout that the mob found them, and it was from that the attack happened.
तो अब ये क्या चाहती हैं?
Justice.
तो बिल्कुल ये देखिए, इसी तरीके से कई ऐसे पीड़ित परिवार हैं, और जिस तरीके का जो बर्बरता का वीडियो आपने देखा, उसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं एक खौफ का माहौल पैदा हो चुका है, और कहीं ना कहीं अब ये परिवार जो है अब साफ तौर पर इंसाफ की गुहार लगा रहा है. हालांकि एफआईआर दर्ज कर ली गई है, लेकिन अभी तक पुलिस ने गिरफ्तारी की अगर बात करें तो सिर्फ 6 लोगों की हुई है. बाकी जो बड़ा मॉब था, बड़ी संख्या में लोग वहां पर मौजूद थे, बाकी लोगों की अभी तक गिरफ्तारी इस पूरे मामले में नहीं हो पाई है.
Well, gentlemen, Kabir Naqvi this side, replacing Kartikeya here in the studio for a while. I'm going to first go across to B.L. Vora, the former DGP for Tripura and Manipur, who's with us on the broadcast. Sir, this whole narrative that's been thrown about, the reports doing the rounds, 718 is the number of Myanmarese nationals who have, crossed that border onto our side in Manipur. And the Home Department and the government are putting all kinds of pressure on the Assam Rifles now, asking them questions about why this happened in the first place and to push them back. Now, when we're looking at the Assam Rifles pushing these 700 plus odd Myanmaris back, first and foremost, throw some light on what's your take on why this happened without any proof, without any proper documentation. And when we're talking about pushing back, what kind of challenges will the Assam Rifles now face?
First of all, I would like to react a little to the two respected professors who spoke earlier.
Sure.
It was about the immigrants that I had raised the issue. See, cookies have been settled here for quite long, maybe a century or two ago. But I was referring to the recent spate of these cookies who have come over from the Myanmar side. See, every country has its own national boundaries, and they were illegal entrance to Manipur, and by their coming, lot of things have happened, like poppy cultivation. They occupied lot of land. The government identified them. Some villages were destroyed, which was of course wrong. They should have been taken into confidence. To say that, one should treat them with sensitivity, but not so much that you cannot make them the citizens of your own country and allow them to do whatever they like. So coming to this Assam Rifles, see, border with Myanmar of India is about 1700 kilometers. Manipur has about 400 kilometers of border. It's a porous border. People keep on coming. More, if you have heard of, is known for decades, drugs and precious stones and things like that, and even weapons have been coming from across the border. So Assam is very thin on ground. That is the problem. And there are communities, of course, they have kith and kin on either side. In fact, you may know, see, there's a border agreement within 20 kilometers of each other. They are allowed to come and go for trade purposes, local trade purposes. But doesn't mean that they will come and stay. Now, because the situation in Myanmar became bad, and the Kuki, their ethnic tribes who are there, they were also a kind of a target with the army regime there in Myanmar. So they found it better to come here, and there they had their president here and who have given them shelter. No harm giving a shelter, but you can't indulge in illegal activities, and they should be identified and sent. But having said all this, I think Meitei's land was also encroached on. But I think Meitei's went overboard, if you ask me. I'm being very frank on this. I think indulging in so much of violence is not done. It should not be done. Justice must be given. As I've said earlier, the cases must be registered, investigated by the CBI or by a court-monitored probe with fast-track courts, and everyone, whosoever is the criminal, must be given due punishment.
We're sitting at near about 80 days ever since this particular conflict began. And ever since the first day, you know, one of the few socio-economic fault lines that people have been talking about is, of course, narco-terrorism. And with narco-terror comes the fact that it is a porous border. I mean, we know this from day one. Ever since, you know, various articles were being promulgated in the state of Manipur, we know exactly how kind of a tenuous state this, the hill area is going through. And it only goes on to show that the topography is so treacherous, we still don't know about these 400 kilometers of porous border that you're talking about. If on day one we knew that it's a porous border, why still today 700 Myanmaris have crossed the border, sir?
The point is, as I've said already, if you heard me, the political class, the bureaucratic class and the police totally failed in the performance of their duties. The violence should not have been allowed at all. The whole thing should have been handled in a very sensitive way and proper way. But there are divisions within all these three classes between Kukis and Meiteis, and they both communities are wonderful people, and they all have their aspirations and all, and ST status which they were demanding Meiteis became a trigger. The whole lots of questions. Situation has been handled badly. Anywhere, wherever situation comes bad, in 3-4 days it comes under control. Here it is 3 months. So I think the buck stops at the central government and the state government.
All right.
Some hard political decisions are needed, and the administration should be overhauled totally, and it should be mostly manned by people who are neutral, if nothing else.
Well, even as we're learning about an all-party meet that's going to move towards.
And I'm shocked as a policeman. 40 years I have served in police. In Manipur, I have done 3 tenures. First I went in 1980. I am honestly shocked that it is taking 3 months. So some drastic steps will have to be taken. And of course, peace has to be restored. And between the communities, I think a lot of effort is required to have a reconciliation, which must be done.
Right. You know, Mr. Vora, reconciliation. That's another word that Kartikeya was also talking about. Professor Prasenjit, sir, would you like to throw some light on the reconciliation factor? Whether it is even possible? Whether is it even possible? I mean, the lingering bad taste, the after effect, the aftertaste of is reconciliation even possible? That's the bigger question today.
Yes, Meiteis and Kukis have lived together. You see, that past history cannot be erased. Just because there is this episode of violence, we have to bank ourselves on history and the tradition of coexistence, as I have earlier pointed out. Now, what breaches that, the bridging factors have to be bridged out, as I have said earlier also. Now, here one important factor is stereotyping the whole community. There are these intrusions, border crossing, as highly respected police officer, Mr. Bora has pointed out, that there is border crossing, but border crossing from this side to that side. Lot of Meitei people have also crossed the border. Lot of Naga people have crossed the border into Myanmar. So border crossing is something that depends on, as we say in social sciences, the extension, the forward and backward extension of the social and cultural boundary. No one is an autochthon. Even if the border is guarded, autochthonous people will not be available. People will be migrating, flip-flopping from one side to another side. How we manage the soft border, how we manage the imageries of the diaspora and the anaspora that various communities have. And Kuki Joe is a transnational community. Just as many of us Indians are transnational community. My community being a Bengali, we are in Bengal. I am from Assam. I grew up as a child in Nagaland and in Arunachal Pradesh since 1969. So I have seen before my eyes how various communities came. No one is an autochthon in the whole of Northeast, That's the situation. But people have to live together. No one should blame the other, the entire community as a kind of an illegal immigrant. So reconciliation is possible on the basis of the trust that we have built up over the years. And now for the bridging factors, we have to bring together communities to a common ground, the ground of peace, with the initiative of the state. State should collaborate, cooperate, should not be too harsh, should not be too diluted in action, but should be able to balance out. That critical balancing has to be done. State and central government have a major role to play. And many peacemakers are waiting around. They should also be brought into the peace process. Now that process has not been initiated in Manipur. Kukis cannot come back to Imphal. Meiteis also cannot feel safe in Churachandpur. So you see, the process of bringing back people to their homes have to begin. And that requires a special kind of a security arrangement. Let us try and think about it. Also giving medical help to victims of sexual violence, to the victims of those who are injured, those who have been killed, those whose bodies are lying in the morgues. Even now, in Imphal morgues, why aren't families able to take the bodies back? We should ask these hard questions. We will get an answer. And accordingly, state has to revamp its initiative. That's what I want to say. Thank you, Mr. Desai.
I just wanted to echo on this one little point as well. We're constantly, showcasing those visuals where those makeshift arrangements are being made, those houses are being built. You were talking about how the first step in the direction towards reconciliation has to be for these people to go back to their homes, to start feeling normal once again.
Yes.
The kind of steps that the government is taking, we saw that train come back with relief materials. We saw, these makeshift, accommodations that are being built. Is the government taking the right steps in the right direction, according to you?
Yes, 50% right. But the other 50%, where people are not able to trust each other, that needs to be bridged up.
You know what, actually, Professor Prasenjit, let me put it this way. Do you think the intention of the government at this point in time is right?
Yes, as far as, central government is concerned, as far as larger public of India and Northeast is concerned, we have a collective intentionality of building back the peace and harmony. No doubt about it. As India, we are one people. And we cannot allow breaching of our unity and integrity in the name of community, ethnicity, language, and such primordial markers. Now, primordial markers are in operation. Whose land is this? I am the authentic, genuine, and others are non-citizens. This kind of a discourse and othering must stop. This is the real aspect of that intentionality. Now, state has to really cultivate that intentionality, has to show its own moral standing by doing good care work. Care institutions have to be built up, mobilize care workers, and in an inter-community manner, so that Kuki care workers can go to Meiteis, Meitei care workers can go to Kukis, Naga care workers can go to Meiteis. We should develop this inter-community care work, which is available within the mechanism of the state. But state probably is little slow in doing that. So 50% is done. We want rest 50% to be done with a greater, strength and veracity. It has to be done with a greater strength and veracity, I would say. Yeah.
Well, all right. I really appreciate the fact, Professor Prasenjit, that, towards the end of that comment, at least you had a smile from your ear to ear. And it seems like 50% is still at least a little step towards the right direction. Professor Prasenjit, many thanks for joining with us and helping us out with your insightful inputs. Like every day, we will continue to be talking about Manipur, and we can only hope that good sense prevails. Even as I say this, I know that it's easier said than done speaking from the studio here when the reality on the ground is certainly something totally different. Also with us, Dr. Thongoglal Haukip. Sir, one question to you as well. We were talking about reconciliation. Professor Prasenjit has already spoken about how the government has its intentions in the right place. I recently saw this visual coming in from Nagaland, where the tribal solidarity, meet was held and arranged, where the Naga community made sure that the Meiteis and the Kuki community in Nagaland came together. They held hands. There was a proper picture optics. The larger message that something like this might send out. Did you get to know about this particular meet? What's your take and opinion on this?
What is done somewhere else cannot affect the ground realities, because on the ground in Manipur, between the valley and the hills, it's very different. People are armed to the teeth against another. So that's the ground reality. We might do something here in Delhi or somewhere else, but that doesn't affect much. It's a total failure of governance. Look into how this conflict has emerged. The head of government was the instigator of othering the minorities. And how can he head a peace committee such as the one created by the Ministry of Home Affairs? So that is the situation where the other people, the minorities could not accept such committees which are headed by the Chief Minister himself. So we have to look into the realities, how this conflict emerged, who are the instigator, the role of the police in this conflict. You have so many viral videos where Manipur police itself is joining the radical groups in arson and other kind of violence in Imphal and other places. So there is to bring certain kind of peace, you need to have some kind of retributive justice. So we have to look really into these hard facts that had happened for the last 3 months. And unless you address all these realities, people are not going to reconcile themselves for peace. So we have to look into how it begins, who are the people who took the part of this violence, and how can they be brought to justice, how can they be replaced. That should be central government in trying to restore a peace. And as I have stated earlier also, the kind of conflict that we see in Manipur is very much political, and this kind of political conflict needs a kind of as well as solution, and that is where the central government is lacking in terms of emphasis. So we have to emphasize on certain political solutions also, as we talk about peace and harmony, restoring them, bringing back the previous kind of relationships, and look into the kind of duration of this conflict. It's going to be 3 months. And what about the children who have been deprived of education? Now internet has been banned for more than almost 2 months. There is no online. There can be any online classes also to be conducted. So there is no physical classes for the last 3 months. We have to look into the sufferings or the deprivation of education by children, because it's just a few. It's just about a year that we have started classes after a 3 long year of COVID, and now this generation of children are suffering from this kind of lack of proper communication between the teachers and the students, and this is going to affect the kind of education of whole generation in the coming days. So we have to think about this larger issue of education as well as
Dr. Haukip, yes. you certainly are raising the right kind of points. But at the same time, let me very quickly also introduce the other panelists who are joining us on the talk show right now. We've got Thangminlen Kipgent, spokesperson, Kuki in P Manipur. Many thanks for joining with us, sir. Major General Sanjay Mestan, who's a defense expert. A very warm welcome to you, sir, as well. I'm going to continue with my question to Dr. Haukip. Gentlemen, do stay on with us, and then we'll go to some reactions coming in from the politicians at the Parliament, because even as Dr. Haukip is talking about how the central, politics at the the central level is lacking its swiftness and its speed. Dr. Haukip, how palpable is the emotion of revenge on the ground? And if that is too high, won't that consume the entire process of reconciliation in itself? This is my humble bid of trying to foresee the situation. What's yours?
The kind of mood that has been prevailing in the ground, it's very different, because here in Delhi or in Shillong or in Kolkata or somewhere else, we are talking about the conflict that had happened in Manipur with our comfort. But people in the ground, they have different mentality or different kind of environment. They are very much towards achieving certain goals that they have been in their mind. That is, for instance, for the Hill people or for the Kuki people, that is achieving the political goal of a Kuki state, which has been already declared formally by Kuki in Manipur as well as the Churachandpur base ITLF. So they are very firm on achieving a separate state from this political conflict, because they know that they have suffered a lot. Human has been a battleground of revenge, and all sorts of things are happening. And people, in Manipur, they have been armed to the teeth to achieve their goal. So that is the kind of mood that has been going on in Manipur, and bringing down all those sentiments, bringing down all those kind of anger, it would not be very easy. And as I have continually said, a kind of political intervention is very much needed at this hour. And then after such kind of political intervention, then people could slowly calm down. And it's been 3 months. Many of the businesses have been shut down. The college has been shut down. Schools and other institutions have been shut down. So we have to think about the future of our future generations. That is the children, the kids who are deprived of this education and other facilities. So we have to think about the future also, and to bring about all these solutions. Of course, we need to look into who are the radical groups, how can the militant groups could be brought under control, how peace could be established in such environment. That's the concern, and we have been blaming that there is lack of political will by Delhi to solve this, because from the day one itself, we have been looking into the environment in Manipur and saying that there is a law and order situation, and president's rule has to be imposed immediately within the first week, and that didn't happen. And later on, after a month, we say that it's because of the head of government that this conflict is continuing. Please change or remove the head of government, and that didn't happen because of political consideration. And now what is left with us? What is left with us is the political solution. How a kind of political settlement has to be met will be to calm down the feelings of the people in both the hills and valleys.
Absolutely. I mean, calming down, but it's easier said than done. Dr. Haukip, do stay on with us. We're going to quickly listen into some reactions coming in from the Parliament, specifically from Mallikarjun Kharge, AICC President, and Union Minister Smriti Irani as well.
मणिपुर जल रहा है, रेप हो रहे हैं, मणिपुर में मकाना जला है, और आप वहाँ मणिपुर की बात हम कर रहे हैं, मणिपुर की बात हम कर रहे हैं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ईस्ट इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं, इंडिया मीन्स ईस्ट इंडिया बोल रहे हैं, इंडिया।
क्या विपक्ष इसलिए इस चर्चा से भाग रहा है क्योंकि राजस्थान में, छत्तीसगढ़ में महिलाओं पर जिस प्रकार से आक्रमण हुआ, यातनाएं हुई, प्रताड़न हुआ, बंगाल में महिलाओं को नग्न करके 56 लोगों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया। आज ही मुर्शिदाबाद की एक मैं स्टोरी पढ़ रही थी जहां पर एक महिला को इसलिए किया गया क्योंकि उसने कांग्रेस के किसी कैंडिडेट का समर्थन किया। मेरा इस विषय पे एक निवेदन है। हाल ही में मैंने छत्तीसगढ़ से संबंधित एक महिला को नग्न करने का वीडियो देखा और इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी मंत्रालय को सूचित भी किया। यह सत्य है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी इस चर्चा से इसलिए भाग रही है क्योंकि उन्हें जवाबदेही सुनिश्चित करनी होगी कि उनके राज्य में जब महिला की प्रताड़ना होती है तब वो चुप्पी साध कर क्यों बैठते हैं। लेकिन आज मैं एक अपील करना चाहूंगी, स्टॉप यूजिंग क्राइम अगेंस्ट विमेन एज इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स टू सेटल पॉलिटिकल स्कोर्स। मैंने आईटी मिनिस्ट्री से भी निवेदन किया कि छत्तीसगढ़ की इस महिला के वीडियो के संदर्भ में सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म से त्वरित रूप से चर्चा हो, क्योंकि जब महिला का इस प्रकार का वीडियो बार बार वायरल किया जाता है तो उस महिला को आप रीविक्टिमाइज करते हैं। तो सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म से छत्तीसगढ़ का ये वीडियो आया है, मैंने अपील की है आईटी मिनिस्ट्री से कि उसको तुरंत हटवाया जाए ताकि महिला का रीविक्टिमाइजेशन ना हो। क्यों कांग्रेस के एक कार्यकर्ता का समर्थन करने के लिए बंगाल की एक महिला को नग्न किया जाता है और कांग्रेस चुप बैठती है? ये तो स्पष्ट है नीरज जी, उनके लिए सत्ता इंसाफ से ज्यादा प्रिय है। शायद इससे भी कांग्रेस पार्टी भाग रही हो कि मणिपुर में जब इस प्रकार की आंतरिक सुरक्षा की चुनौतियां थी तब उनके पूर्व अध्यक्ष वहां जाकर आग को और क्यों भड़का रहे थे। मैं तो पुनः अपील करूंगी कि इस सेंसिटिव मुद्दे पर आज गृह मंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट कहा कि आइए सदन में चर्चा कीजिए, वो सदन में चर्चा के लिए तैयार है। मैं पुनः कहती हूं कि मैं स्तब्ध हूं कि मणिपुर की सच्चाई से विपक्ष क्यों भाग रही है। ऐसा क्या है जो विपक्ष नहीं चाहती देश जाने।
Well, Mr. Kipgen, I'm going to first come to you. Help us understand what the people on the ground in Manipur react to situations like these, about the politics that's taking shape in the center. We know that the parliament, functioning has been derailed completely. The opposition is demanding a statement from the Prime Minister. The BJP, the ruling dispensation, says that we want to talk. It's the opposition that's not letting us talk. All of this politics, how is the mental psyche of the common man in Manipur reacting to the politics that he or she sees taking place in the center?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that that the situation, that the crisis in Manipur, after 80 days, needed to become a discussion point in the parliament. It would have been better if we could have left the parliament to discuss other issues and Manipur not be an issue there. But this only shows the lack of governance, be it in the center or in the state, that something which is an issue, an internal issue of a state such as Manipur, has had to be a talking point in the Indian Parliament. Why wasn't the state government in the first place capable themselves of sorting this internal issue on their own? So after 80 days, if it is needed, if the country, the entire country, the opposition parties and the entire nation finds it necessary that it needs to be debated in the parliament, then why should there be any obstruction to that? Get the discussion over, and then the parliament can proceed with its other resolutions, other issues. So it is not something that we would criticize what is going on in the parliament, because it has come to that extent that that this has become a talking point in the parliament. And the earlier it is debated, the earlier it is, a resolution is moved on it, the earlier that the parliament takes notice and takes a stand on it, the better it is for all of us, so that the house can continue with its other businesses as well.
Mr. Kipgen, also at the same time, we have various visuals from the length and breadth of the country. People are raising their voice in solidarity with what's happening, in terms of the violence in the tenuous state of Manipur. How does that weigh down on the psyche of the people over there? From Ranchi to Jharkhand to, Patna, Lucknow, you name it, people are coming out onto the streets with big banners saying that they want peace, not violence in Manipur.
Yes, we extend our gratitude to all those who have shown solidarity to our issues here. be it from whichever state, whichever community, whichever part of the country. It is something we were hoping, hopeful for that. Since the center government wasn't taking the issues here very seriously, we were always praying for that we get such kind of a nationwide media attention, that people would actually see what is the stark reality in Manipur, that they would finally, come to be with us in solidarity, that they would see that what is happening in Manipur is something that can also happen to them. This is the dark reality in the state of Manipur, and we are grateful to all those who have garnered support, to all those who have stood in solidarity with us, organizing peaceful march, taking out pamphlets, showing their solidarity with the kuki community of Manipur, asking for the union government to clamp down the violence. These are some of the things which we are very grateful for, and we are also hopeful that these movements, nationwide movements across the country, this would help in the union ministry, in the union government, taking these issues more seriously, and for the world also to notice and come up with a way forward with solutions, so that this thing within the state of Manipur can end peacefully.
Yeah, Mr. Kipgin, do stay on with us. We're going to showcase, full-frame visuals of the protest that's taking place not very far away from Manipur in Mizoram. Take a look, folks. Well, now also with us on the broadcast is Major General Sanjay Mestan, who's the defense expert with us on the broadcast. Major General, the bigger question now is also about the fact that from day one we've been looking at various figures: 10,000 boots deployed, 15,000 boots deployed, so many platoons also deployed over here. You've got the Assam Rifles, you've got various other battalions of various other forces on the ground. How big of a role, percentage-wise, is the Indian Army personnel playing on the ground? Do we need more boots? Do we even have more boots? Where's the Manipur solution vis-a-vis the army deployment on the ground?
Manipur solution is not a military solution. It's a political solution. Firstly, that I am very clear. And having served in that state, my first posting was there way back in 1982 in the same area. I was also in the hills and also in the plain. And hills, when I say, I was in Ukrul and much beyond. The people always lived in harmony, and during the course of service, even in last official visit I had in 2018, the people were very peaceful. So, who has generated this conflict? Certainly not the armed forces. Armed forces only quells a problem. It's a politically motivated factor, or the conflict has been generated because of that. Ethnicity's existence is a reality in many parts of the country, and similarly it is in Manipur. So we have lived with this ethnicity, and there are two ethnicities very well known, and they have existed very peacefully, and excellent rapport they had. What suddenly has happened on 4th May, that things have just taken out of proportion. They have not even spared the war veterans who have fought in the Kargil war. They have not spared even army officers. It is so shameful. And who has done it? It is the people over there. And people have not gone suddenly berserk. They have gone berserk because someone has led them astray. So who has led them astray? We all should find out. Answer is known to everyone. and these kind of people need to be taken to task. And the police has totally failed. The law and order is a police responsibility. It is not the role and responsibility of the Indian Army. We have a different role. For us, the priority is the northern borders with China and the western borders with Pakistan. And in fact, it was at the behest and initiative of the Indian Army that the SU was, we were the ones who initiated it. In fact, way back in 2011, even I had some small role. I visited Manipur on an official duty along with the then Home Minister, and things were moving very well. So who's that person? Let us identify, and he needs to be held accountable. And the next is the police. How can police, which is supposed to be looking after the law and order, suddenly fail? It's a total failure, and they are, taking sides of one particular ethnicity. This is simply not done. It is a very, very serious issue, and it needs to be done at the highest level of the nation, because this is a total failure, and it has got security implications on the country. Not only security implications, it has got implications on the entire nation, and especially on the people of Manipur. Lives have been shattered. Education has just been shattered. Ethnicity divide, which was just people were existing there, side by side. They were staying in the same villages. Now, deep mistrust has been sown in. Now, I doubt they can ever...
Major General,
yeah.
My apologies for interjecting here. Pertinent points that you've made, and I mean, I personally am way beyond, asking whether the law and order has failed or not, because it clearly has failed. And you're right in pointing that out. And another pertinent point that you've raised is the fact that, yes, the focus should be on the fact in terms of finding out who has led them astray, the people. And historically also, history has witnessed how the Kukis, the Meiteis and the Nagas, they have had their skirmishes and clashes here and there, but they have otherwise lived as harmonious tribes amongst each other. I'm going to again ask you a question that I only very recently asked BL Vora, who was with us on the platform just before you joined in. The 718 Myanmarese nationals who have now, crossed the border. The government is putting all kinds of pressure on the Assam Rifles, the Home Department especially, trying to ask them why this happened without proper documentation. When you're talking about security implication and we're sitting on 80 days of this conflict, how can something like that happen? I mean, what's your viewpoint on that? You must have read it in the papers today as well.
No, actually today I was a little busy. In case you can just reiterate.
718 Myanmarese nationals crossed in the last 2 days from the Myanmar side to the Indian side without proper documentation. This is coming from official sources of the Home Department, and they're trying to put pressure on the Assam Rifles, saying, push these 718 Myanmarese people back, and also asking questions as to why this happened in the first place. But the security implications that you raised the larger question on, I mean, what's your viewpoint on this now?
Yeah, firstly, let's be very clear. The borders over there are porous. Assam Rifle is not deployed like the BSF and ITBP along the northern borders, and the BSF on the western borders, and the BSF also on the Bangladesh border. The borders in the northeast are very, very different. They are not, the troops are physically not deployed. They have small isolated posts. So we cannot say that now how they have entered. Let me put a very blunt question. How this women with 4 children has entered from Nepal despite the SSB deployed from Nepal. That means the terrorists can come, and this is one of the best ISI infiltration routes. So let us not blame the Assam Rifles. It is a failure of the planners. After all, how it has been allowed to happen, why the borders are not secured. This is the whole issue. It is not only with force, you have to have a diplomatic and a political resolve with the Myanmar side. And Myanmar, we know the kind of regime they have. They are being supported by China. So it has got a lot of security implications. Today, China would be the happiest. Pakistan ISI would be the happiest. They want India to burn. This is exactly what is happening. So they have burnt the northeast. It is affecting the neighboring states. And unfortunately, it is one of the most critical areas for us in the nation. People, actually the mainland in India, we neglected. I have commanded my brigade in Nathula, from where down below is the famous Siliguri corridor, or we call it the chicken neck. It is this entire area east of that is very, very sensitive. We have got the borders with Bangladesh, with Myanmar, with China. It's such a sensitive area with Bhutan, and we cannot tend to neglect it. So why always say that it is a role of the armed forces or whatever it is? We have evolved a policy of one border, one force. That is also not being implemented. Assam Rifles today in the hinterland, they are not doing the role of the police. So how can we expect them to be securing the borders?
What you are
So
essentially saying that the process we're looking for has to be more political than military at this point in time. But it's safe to say that because of the sensitive situation and position of Manipur and the shadow of the Golden Triangle falling directly on the Manipur border, army also needs to be there, which is why it's there and it's doing its due diligence. Gentlemen, do stay on with us. We've got our personal boots deployed on the ground as well. After a very long time, we sent somebody there as well, try to bring us the actual, truth from the ground zero. We're going to play out a quick ground report from Churachandpur's Wall of Remembrance, where the locals have built a wall of remembrance in the memory of all those who lost their lives in the ongoing violence in the state, and also a proper ground report from the checkpost at the entry point of Churachandpur for the perusal for our panelists and for the viewers that are continuously with us on this live stream.
ठीक मेरे पीछे जहां तक आपकी नजर जाएगी, आपको यहां पर ताबूत रखे हुए दिखाई देंगे और ताबूत के ऊपर ठीक इस तरीके से फूल चढ़ाए गए हैं। दरअसल इस वक्त मैं चूराचांदपुर इलाके के अंदर मौजूद हूँ। ये पहाड़ी इलाका है और इस हिंसा के दौरान तकरीबन 138 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है और उन्हीं की याद में देखिए किस तरीके से सिंबॉलिक तौर पर यहाँ पर ये ताबूत रखे गए हैं। इसके अलावा ठीक सामने मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन अमित बालियान आपको दिखाए, वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यहाँ पर बनाया गया है, यानी कि इस हिंसा के दौरान जितने लोगों की मौत हुई उनकी याद में एक वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस बनाया गया और ठीक सामने दीवार के ऊपर उनकी तस्वीरें भी चिपकाई गई हैं। बाकायदा उनकी तस्वीरों के साथ यहाँ पर आप देखिए यहाँ पर फूल भी लगाए गए हैं और देखिए सिंबॉलिक तौर पर यहाँ पर बाकायदा ये कॉफिन्स यहाँ पर रखे गए। आप यही के रहने वाले हैं?
एंड कंफर्म 100 अबव, कंफर्म 138 कंफर्म, एंड कंफर्म 100 अबव।
बिल्कुल, देखिए इनका कहना है कि 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है, यानी कि 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है। और ये देखिए इस पूरी हिंसा के दौरान उनकी याद में किस तरीके से यहाँ पर वॉल बनाई गई और देखिए लोग यहाँ पर आ भी रहे हैं। इस यहाँ पर अपनों जो अपनों को खो चुके हैं उनको याद करने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा यहाँ पर देखिए वॉल के ऊपर लिखा भी है डेड, यानी कि जिनकी मृत्यु इस हिंसा के दौरान इस पहाड़ी इलाके में 129 से ज़्यादा, इंजर्ड 800 से ज़्यादा, चर्च जो जलाए गए 357 से ज़्यादा, जो घर जलाए गए 4550 से ज़्यादा और इसके अलावा जो गांव जलाए गए 292 से ज़्यादा। और ठीक उसके नीचे देखिए लोगों ने अपने अपने तरीके से अपनों को याद करते हुए या फिर जिनके घर जलाए गए, जिनको नुकसान हुआ, उन सभी ने अपने अपने तरीके से यहाँ पर कोटेशन लिखी हुई है। वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस के ठीक नीचे आप देख सकते हैं 3 मई से ये पूरा फसाद जो है वो इस पहाड़ी इलाके के अंदर शुरू हुआ था और उसके बाद से जिन लोगों ने भी अपनों को खोया है यहाँ पर उनकी याद में देखिए वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यहाँ पर बनाया गया। दरअसल ये ट्राइबल इलाका है और ये जो वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस है वो ट्राइबल्स जिनकी मौत हुई है इस पहाड़ी इलाके के अंदर इस हिंसा के दौरान उनकी याद में सिंबॉलिक कॉफिन्स यहाँ पर रखे गए हैं। और ये पूरा जो वॉल आप देख रहे हैं जिस पर फोटो लगी हुई है जिन लोगों की मौत हुई है हिंसा के दौरान उनकी याद में वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यहाँ पर बनाया गया है। हम इस वक्त चूराचांदपुर इलाके के एंट्री पॉइंट पर मौजूद हैं और ये जो जगह है वो दरअसल अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखें तो आपको किसी बॉर्डर से कम नहीं लगेगा, एकदम एलओसी की तरह आपको लगेगा, यानी कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल। ये वो जगह है जहां पर दोनों गुट की सीमाएं शुरू होती हैं। ठीक मेरे बाएं तरफ ये मेइतेई इलाका है और ठीक मेरे दाएं तरफ आप ये जो चूराचांदपुर इलाका देख रहे हैं ये जो है वो कुकी इलाका है और ये वो फ्रंट लाइन है जहां पर अक्सर फायरिंग की जो खबरें हैं वो आती हो रही। देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर बाकायदा तैयारी की गई है ये कुकी समुदाय के द्वारा। ये देखिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर बंकर बनाए गए हैं, यहाँ पर ये देखिए किस तरीके से बैरिकेटिंग यहाँ पर की गई है, बाकायदा मट्टी लगाकर यहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग की गई है, सामने पत्थर लगाकर बैरिकेटिंग की गई है ताकि जो गाड़ियां आती हैं उनकी स्पीड कम हो, यहाँ पर गाड़ियां धीरे जाएं। और उसके बाद ये लोग जो महिलाएं सामने आप देख रहे हैं कुकी समाज की, वो महिलाएं उन लोग गाड़ियों को चेक करती हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन अमित आपको दिखाएं एक बार, ये देखिए किस तरीके से बाकायदा उनको चेक किया जा रहा है, उनके आधार कार्ड चेक किए जाते हैं और उसके बाद जब वो श्योर हो जाती हैं कि चूराचांदपुर के रहने वाले लोग हैं तब उन्हें अंदर जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त दी जाती है। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से अगर कोई ज़बरदस्ती जाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसका भी इंतज़ाम यहाँ पर किया गया है। ये देखिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर जो किलो वाला फट्टा होता है वो यहाँ पर रखा हुआ है। अगर कोई जैसे ही जबरदस्ती यहाँ से गाड़ी ले जाने की जबरन कोशिश करेगा तो बाकायदा इस रस्सी के जरिए इस फट्टे को बीच रास्ते में लाया जाएगा ताकि उसकी कार को पंचर करके रोका जा सके। तो कह सकते हैं कि एक तरीके से ये जो पूरा इलाका है वो बॉर्डर के अंदर तब्दील हो चुका है। ये देखिए कि तस्वीरें आप देखिए, अब तस्वीरें ही अपने आप में बताने के लिए काफ़ी हैं कि मणिपुर के जो हालात हैं वो किस कदर बद से बदतर यहाँ पर हो चुके हैं। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो महिलाएं हैं उनको यहाँ पर आगे किया गया, और मकसद ये है कि जिस वक्त आर्मी यहाँ पर आती है तो आर्मी अंदर ना एंटर कर पाए, इस वजह से यहाँ पर बाकायदा महिलाओं को रखा गया है फ्रंट लाइन पर। और ये वो महिलाएं हैं, जैसे पुलिस फोर्स आती है, आर्मी आती है तो बाकायदा ये सामने आकर उनको रोकती हैं। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से बाकायदा जो गाड़ियाँ हैं उन गाड़ियों को यहाँ पर चेक किया जा रहा है। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ये देखिए जो भी गाड़ी जाती है अंदर बाकायदा उस गाड़ी को चेक किया जाता है इन महिलाओं के द्वारा। ये महिलाओं ने खुद पूरा अपने कंट्रोल में इस पूरे इलाके को ले लिया है। बाकायदा खुद ये हर गाड़ी को चेक करती हैं और चेक करने के बाद ही इनको हर वाहन को अंदर जाने की इजाज़त यहाँ पर दी जाती है। बाकायदा उनके आइडेंटिटी कार्ड यहाँ पर चेक किए जाते हैं। और ये देखिए बाकायदा बैरिकेटिंग यहाँ पर की गई है। और ये तस्वीर मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आपको दिखाएं, बाकायदा यहाँ पर बंकर्स भी बनाए गए हैं। और इन बंकर्स का जो इस्तेमाल है, जब दूसरा गुट सामने आता है ठीक रोड के सामने से और जब वो फायरिंग करता है तो उस वक्त ये लोग छिपने के लिए इनका इस्तेमाल करते हैं। बाकायदा उनको रिटेलिएट करने के लिए इस तरीके से जो बंकर्स हैं इनका इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर किया जाता है। तो कह सकते हैं कि एक तरीके से ये जो पूरा इलाका आप देख रहे हैं, ये देखिए महिला यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई आपको सड़कों पर दिखाई देंगी। बाकायदा इन महिलाओं की जो ड्यूटी होती है वो भी यहाँ पर शिफ्ट में होती है, यानी कि 4-4 घंटे की यहाँ पर बाकायदा शिफ्ट लगती है और उसी शिफ्ट से यहाँ पर लोग अपनी नौकरी करते हैं, एक दूसरे की मदद यहाँ पर करते हैं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर सोने का इंतजाम इन्होंने यहाँ पर किया हुआ है। जो लोग शिफ्ट से अपनी ड्यूटी करते हैं यहाँ पर सोते हैं और उसके बाद जाकर अपनी शिफ्ट दोबारा से यहाँ पर करने लगते हैं। तो तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं, ये जो जगह है ये दरअसल वो जगह है, वो फ्रंट लाइन है जो कि दोनों गुटों को ठीक आमने सामने लाकर खड़ा करती है। और इसी फ्रंट लाइन पर सबसे ज़्यादा सिक्योरिटी आपको दिखाई देगी ये कुकी समाज की। और अगर हम यहाँ से तकरीबन 1.5 से 2 किलोमीटर दूर जाएंगे तो वहाँ पर जो मैतेई समाज है उसकी यहाँ पर बाकायदा वहाँ पर भी ठीक इसी तरीके से उनका अरेंजमेंट जो है सिक्योरिटी का वो यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देगा। और बाकायदा जो लोग यहाँ पर आते हैं, जो भारी लोग अंदर जाते हैं, उनको बाकायदा एक स्लिप यहाँ पर इशू की जाती है और उस स्लिप को इशू करने के बाद उनका टाइम नोट किया जाता है। और जब वो लोग बाहर आते हैं तो स्लिप को देने के बाद ही वो लोग यहाँ से निकल पाएंगे। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आगे तक आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो गाड़ी आ रही है बाकायदा उस गाड़ी को भी यहाँ पर चेक किया जा रहा है महिलाओं के द्वारा। यहाँ पर स्लिप बाकायदा ली जाती है, जो स्लिप इनकी तरफ से इशू की जाती है। ये देखिए ठीक सामने वो जगह है जहाँ पर बाकायदा स्लिप यहाँ पर दी जाती है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से ये वो जगह है जहाँ पर यहाँ पर बाकायदा स्लिप इशू की जाती है और स्लिप इशू करने के बाद लोगों को आगे जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त फिलहाल दी जाती है। तो तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से अपनी खुद की सुरक्षा यहाँ पर लोग करते हुए साफ तौर पर दिखाई देंगे। और यहाँ पर जो कोशिश है स्थानीय लोगों की कि जो दूसरा गुट है वो यहाँ पर कैप्चर ना कर पाए, अंदर ना आ पाए, और उसी के लिए यहाँ पर बाकायदा इस तरीके से सीमेंटेड बंकर्स यहाँ पर बनाए गए। और बाकायदा देखिए आधार कार्ड यहाँ दिखाया जाता है और उसके बाद यहाँ पर रजिस्टर में नोटिंग यहाँ पर की जाती है। बाकायदा यहाँ पर एक स्लिप इशू की जाती है और उस स्लिप के बाद ही चूराचांदपुर इलाके में किसी भी भारी शख्स को अंदर जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त दी जाती है। तो फिलहाल ये जो पूरा इलाका है एक तरीके से फ्रंट लाइन में तब्दील हो चुका है, LOC में तब्दील हो चुका है अगर कहा जाए सरल भाषा के शब्दों में। और यहाँ पर महिलाएं जो हैं खुद फ्रंट लाइन पर आगे मौजूद आपको दिखाई देंगी।
Well, you know what, gentlemen, I must right at the outset, be very frank and honest and tell you that I for one am not, did not like the fact that the border point, the checkpost point between, at Churachandpur is being compared to the line of actual control. Mr. Kibgen, do you think the unrest in Manipur is sort of giving way to a new blueprint of the entirety of Northeast? People will hate me for asking this question, but doesn't it bother the common man in Manipur that, the unrest could lead to, other unrest in various neighboring states? Take a look at what's happening in Mizoram. Today, Chief Minister Zoramthanga has come out in support of a Greater Mizoram. We've already known what's happened in Nagaland, their particular demands. Meghalaya Chief Minister's office was attacked. You're asking for a winter capital in Tura. What's really happening?
It's obvious. When you don't douse out a fire when it is small. It's obvious that it will flare up and the fire will catch the entire country. So who is to blame? It's something that even us, we don't, we would prefer not to have such kind of visuals wherein within a state, within the country, there are some, border areas, border lines being drawn between communities, between ethnicities. It's an unfortunate incident, but these are the consequences. It is not something, that is being put up to make an assertion or to make a political point of political stand. It is the result of a political unrest. It is the result of the state failure that we are getting to see such glimpses within the state. And yes, it is unfortunate that neighboring states, the ripples are being felt be it in Assam, in Nagaland, in Mizoram. But these things were bound to happen when you don't pay heed to a small fire that has been kindled even after 80 days or so. These things are bound to happen, and it will get worse and worse. So who is to blame for that? It is not something that that the people here in Manipur should be blamed for, because as everyone, all the other panelists have rightly said, it is something that the state police should have contained. It is something that the state police should have minimized within a day or two, or within the first week itself. But so it's sad. It's sad on the one hand. On the one hand, when the state needs such huge deployment of center forces, Indian Army personnel within their state, it shows that the state has failed. It shows that the police has failed. It shows that the Home Department has failed, and it shows that the Home Minister has failed, who is also the Chief Minister. But you are willing to turn a blind eye to all these failures without bringing them to task. So the repercussions will be such things like this. So who is the one to be blamed for this? Who is the culprit here? Who should be the one brought to task? But in spite of all this, in spite of the world knowing, in spite of your channel knowing, in spite of the national media being aware of it, nobody is asking the right question. We should be asking when will the Chief Minister be sacked? We should be asking when will a different form of governance be administered in Manipur? Those are the right questions to be asked right now.
All right, I'll take the same question to Dr. Haukip, and whilst I'm asking this question to Dr. Haukip, Mr. Kipgin and Major General Mestan, you've been coming to our channel for the longest time. You've been, prominent voices in the Manipur conflict for days on end. Dr. Haukip, I'm going to ask you this. Do you think the sacking or resignation of the Chief Minister of Manipur, N. Biren Singh, is suddenly going to, make things all right?
The sacking or changing Chief Minister's chief would be the beginning of the process of reconciliation and the peace process. But I can't say that that alone can solve everything. It's just the beginning, because he has.
It might put bombs on the feelings of the people, but does it really create that kind of effect that we want to see on the ground after about 80 days of this, dead strong violence?
Yeah, of course, changing the Chief Minister or, sacking him would definitely, change the mentality or change the kind of perception of the people, because it's going to change everything, because he has been organizing his own militia like the Arambai Kengol and Meitei Dipun, and he has been controlling all this law and order situation in his favor. So if it is sacked, then I think definitely something would change, immediately, and people in right-thinking people, even in Imphal Valley, would speak out what they have been, prevented so far, and that would kind of reconciliation started. But definitely, I would say that would not solve everything, and since this conflict is political, political negotiations with the civil society organizations, the insurgent groups of the Kukis and other groups has to be started, initiated, and that would be the only lasting solution. Definitely, changing the Chief Minister or sacking him would, definitely change the political situation there in Manipur.
Well, absolutely, Dr. Haukip. I personally feel that, removing the Chief Minister is not going to be the end of the road, certainly. Major General Mestan, do stay on with us. I think Mr. Kipgin wants to come in. I'm going to give him a quick fair share here. Mr. Kipgin, do come in. do you want to echo on what Dr. Haukip here is talking about? I did end up asking the right question now, didn't I? But I still personally feel that, that's not going to be the end of the road, Mr. Gibgian.
Thank you. No, my point is to add on to what Dr. Haukip has said. It is not just about changing the chief minister or the leader there. It is about finding out what role he has in this violence. It is about putting him on trial. In fact, we need to also see if he is really as innocent as he is, and it is just a lapse of his governance. The lack of leadership. It's a different thing. But the way we see it here across all communities, the word common tone is that Chief Minister N. Biren Singh has to be removed from his authority. Now, this is coming from the Naga community represented by the Manipur, outer Manipur Lok Sabha member of Parliament, and also from the Meitei community also. They want him removed, but and same from our community as well. But he still hangs on. Now, it is not just about changing him; it is about also investigating his role in this present violence in the state. So that is the way how justice will ultimately prevail, and how perpetrators of these incidents, be it from whichever community or whichever high-ranking position he is before the law, everyone should be put on properly investigated upon, and those players who are really responsible, those perpetrators who are really responsible, things should come out in the open, and they should be booked. So that is what I wanted to add on. It is not just about changing him, which is going to be a solution for us. No, that's not the part of it. Right. But there are so many accusations on him. So the government also needs to see if any of these accusations on his leadership holds true, and if he should be brought to task.
Well, absolutely. Major General, questions asked there on the Chief Minister, and this is not the first time the Chief Minister has been under fire from day one. But looking at the Army's involvement, again, taking a look at how the defense establishment is working there, are you worried about, these separate pushes for different administrations, one happening in Mizoram, one happening in Assam? Assam's got a tit-for-tat push. The same happened in Tripura. The Tripura Motha party, its own conception was based on the fact that we're the indigenous people, we need separate administration ourselves. You've been a military man for the longest time. You've served in Manipur. What's your viewpoint on that, sir?
Yeah, my viewpoint is very clear. That whatever has happened, this is going to have ramifications for the entire Northeast. I am very, very clear on that. Secondly, we are only not talking about blaming the armed forces, etc. The Assam rifles, which is not in order. It will lower the impact on the morale of the armed forces. The blame totally is on the police. That is the second point. The third point is now what is going to happen in the neighboring states in the Northeast. It is also going to have serious ramifications on terms of security. See, on the first day itself, this question has emerged, sacking of the Chief Minister.
Right.
I think the first or the second day was the most critical. That was the time there was a demand from people, and many panelists stated that President's rules should have been imposed. Now, that was not imposed. And therefore, what has happened? Finally, who suffered? Whether it is people of this ethnicity or the other ethnicity, it is the common man who has suffered. No one else. All the people in power continue. This is the whole issue. They are just there wherever they are. The common man has suffered, and that is why today I am hearing now from the panelists, the people from both ethnicities are probably demanding his resignation because it's a failure. See, at the end of the day, the neighbors are going to be existing together, and they have realized someone has exploited them for their own requirements, and today they have paid the price. Who suffered? Their children, their families. The women have been.
Major General, is it still is it still late to impose President's rule?
Yeah, I think we should do it even now, because the change of administration will bring about a big relief to the people of Manipur.
And from a national security point of view, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? From the national security point of view, and this has been discussed n number of times on the same channel, and most of the panelists, including people who are from those areas, from both the communities, they were also stating that this needs to be imposed. And the last point is, this conflict should have never even arisen. See, I'll give you a very good example. Bodoland Territorial Council was evolved. Today, what is happening in that area, that is peaceful. These Sioux operations were planned by the Indian Army with the final focus that once they, do the ceasefire and they are not indulging. And in the last so many years, we have not actually heard about any incidents in the hill area. I was there in 1982. There was a huge ambush en route to Krul, where 21 Jawans of the Indian Army, including one officer, were killed. This is not happening in the hill areas. All the happenings have been in the valley, including the killing of a colonel just I think 2 years back with his family. So what I'm trying to say is, the intent of the Indian Army was with the Sioux being implemented. Now the next step was, which was under consideration since last so many years by the government of India, to impose the autonomous hill council for the hill area. And that was actually going to be implemented. I was quite sure that this year it would have been announced. But there lies the problem that the people in power there, the local power, they felt that, see, it has got two implications. One is the financial implications and the second is governance issues. Both would have gone out of their hand. And this is where you incite people, and therefore now people got incited, and today the same people are now realizing that they have been used, abused, and the end result is they have suffered. Their houses destroyed, their everything is destroyed, and it has got security ramifications. The armed forces people today, we have people from in the Naga regiment, the Assam regiment, Kumaon regiment. They are from these sensitive areas. Imagine if they are serving in Siachen Glacier, how bad they would be feeling that their homes are being burnt, their neighbors, their people are being burnt. What kind of this thing? People are not in.
Very right in pointing that out, Major General. From what you've said, it sounds to me like this is a situation of, too many cooks spoiling the broth when there is no broth there to spoil, and about misplaced priorities as well. Gentlemen, do stay on with us. We're going to constantly show the viewers, people who are unable to look at visuals from Churachandpur as to what's happening in Manipur. We've got some ground reports coming in. Let's play those ground reports out. We've got a ground report from Churachandpur. What does the area look like right now? Essentially, we've got a ground report from inside the car on use of bunkers by the militia over there, and of course some real gut-wrenching conversations. One with the mother of one of the women who was paraded naked in that abhorrent video, and of course a proper interview with the member of David's family. David, this man who was beheaded, and with that particular severed head, all sorts of ordeal did take place. Those gut-wrenching interviews coming up for all the viewers and for the panelists' perusal as well. Do stay on with us, gentlemen.
मणिपुर में हिंसा के दौरान जिस तरीके से बर्बरता की तस्वीरें सामने आई, महिलाओं के साथ अभद्रता की गई, उसी में से एक जो पीड़ित परिवार है वो हमारे साथ मौजूद है। जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि आखिरकार उस दिन हुआ क्या था। सबसे पहले आपसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिरकार उस दिन हुआ क्या था।
जिनी तो इंसिडेंट उमने कमा बोइना की पत्नी का बांगती हम बांगोला की पने हम
ते बोइना जी इन उमलो को जो कहे लो जो
Actually, she was not there at the moment. Just her husband and the 2 children over the villages, and then she and one of her son were here.
अच्छा, ये बताइए आपको क्या पता चला, क्या इस बारे में?
आप हिंदी में जाना फोन का वक्त बोल ले मो कहीं तो बोल कन email मते तो किधर तो कहीं वे इतना अने अच्छी पाहे मो इचन कहे रसो जिंकाला कहीं की तो सोनलम निताकलम सो कहीं मन लो कता जिंकाला सो कहीं इन्हो अपेलु कन अति वनो जाना कि पत्नी तारीख तुम जाना का कहो हूँ हाल पर हिता मो जी खवाना कथक दो कन तो ही email मते तो नाउरी का पन कन की काप तो कहीं अति वही का अकी काप तो का पुलिस देन केवलम एरगे संग तो हेडुन kapang thei ta poi hung wa dok kata iti
it was
थोड़ा
हिंदी में तो English. It was on the 3rd. Actually, it was, the day it started the riot. The riot was started on the 3rd, but then she got a call from her son, and then at that time, few houses were started burning in the villages, and it was on the second. Then the second day that she called, she got a call from her son again. We could not safeguard ourselves anymore, so we are running away. We are fleeing the villages, and after that, it was the last time she talked with the son.
इनके साथ क्या किया था?
इनके साथ वो तो वहाँ पे नहीं था गांव में तो सिर्फ इसका पति और एक डॉटर एंड द सन.
तो जो हादसा पेश आया, जो वीडियो वायरल है, वो किसका है? इनके
इसकी बेटी.
अच्छा. तो कौन लोग थे, कुछ पता चल पाया उनके बारे में?
मॉब. Other than that, it was just the mob. Everyone was gathered around there, all the meiteis.
पुलिस ने आप लोगों से बातचीत की, आपकी एफआईआर दर्ज की?
एफआईआर कल बोल रहे हैं एफआईआर तो किया है, लेकिन अभी तक गवर्नमेंट और लीगली नथिंग सॉर्ट ऑफ एनी कमीशन, नथिंग, कुछ भी नहीं.
अच्छा, जिस वक्त ये हादसा पेश आया उस वक्त बेटी कहाँ से आ रही थी, कुछ बताया इन्होंने? कहाँ पर उनको पकड़ा, कौन लोग थे?
एक्चुअली शी वाज नॉट देयर, सो
नहीं, बेटी ने बाद में बताया इनको?
ना विनो कि पद्दा ना ताइदो दा नंग किंगेन के
चिथिन में के
it's they were fleeing from the village, the daughter, the son and the father. It was at their hideout that the mob found them, and it was from that the attack happened.
तो अब ये क्या चाहती हैं?
Justice.
तो बिल्कुल ये देखिए, इसी तरीके से कई ऐसे पीड़ित परिवार हैं, और जिस तरीके का जो बर्बरता का वीडियो आपने देखा, उसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं एक खौफ का माहौल पैदा हो चुका है, और कहीं ना कहीं अब ये परिवार जो है अब साफ तौर पर इंसाफ की गुहार लगा रहा है. हालांकि एफआईआर दर्ज कर ली गई है, लेकिन अभी तक पुलिस ने गिरफ्तारी की अगर बात करें तो सिर्फ 6 लोगों की हुई है. बाकी जो बड़ा मॉब था, बड़ी संख्या में लोग वहां पर मौजूद थे, बाकी लोगों की अभी तक गिरफ्तारी इस पूरे मामले में नहीं हो पाई है. लगातार मणिपुर हिंसा से जुड़ी हुई तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं. कुछ दिन पहले जिस तरीके से कुछ मणिपुर की रहने वाली लड़कियों के साथ बर्बरता की वीडियो सामने, उसी तरीके से एक और वीडियो इन दिनों वायरल हो रहा है, जिसमें साफ तौर पर देखा जा सकता है कि एक शख्स दूसरे शख्स की गर्दन काटकर गांव के अंदर घूम रहा है, और उसके बाद उसी शख्स के घर की जो बाउंड्री वॉल होती है उस पर उस गर्दन को रखकर वहां से निकल जाता है. दरअसल ये जो वीडियो है वो चुराचांदपुर इलाके की है, और इस वक्त हमारे साथ उसी परिवार के सदस्य मौजूद हैं, जिस मृतक का नाम डेविड था, और हम जानने की कोशिश करते हैं आखिरकार उस वक्त ये घटनाक्रम पूरा किस तरीके का था, हुआ क्या था उस वक्त. सबसे पहले व्हाट्स योर नेम?
मोनपुई.
ये बताइए उस दिन हुआ क्या था?
थिलसुंगदान चु जानान तो खन इन अनिन कापटा नामो जो अनिन काप छन खन ही मेइतै अरमबाई हाइन हुंग नचु जिंकार इनमते वनन हुंगने खुसुंगा.
क्या हुआ था?
फायरिंग तो रात को शुरू हुए थे, लेकिन सुबह को अरमबाई लोग आए थे, तो ये सब घटना तब हुआ सुबह को.
अच्छा, कितने लोग थे, क्या किया था उन लोगों ने?
मी इंजान हुंग चुकरिल थैन मितम तक जो अन हुंगा इन हाई थुम नो ठा ठान लाका जोन लाग जो नुंग चुन इनन रोपया ए चुंगंग चुनन खुसाने.
कितने लोग आए थे उन लोग ये नहीं बता सकते, क्योंकि उसने गिनती नहीं किया, लेकिन बहुत सारे थे. वो लोग एक साथ आए थे, और फिर घर घर घुस के जो सामान उन लोग को पसंद था वो निकाल के वो लोग लेके गए, और बाकी वो लोग जला दिया.
अच्छा, डेविड को ले जाते हुए आपने देखा था? डेविड को भी लेकर गए?
डेविड एंड छुइलाई मुआम
कम मुनन छुइलाई तक
उनको ले जाते हुए इसने नहीं देखा.
अच्छा, तो कौन था वो शख्स जिसने मारा? बाद में पता चल पाया आप लोगों को?
अब वो तो है कि चिंगम
अब तो है चु मिति नहीं मुनो लेन मो ए रिचु का रिच चिंग नो जो अमी रोक जो अनिंग ए निति हन टोंगरिन का रिथ है.
आंखों से नहीं देखा, लेकिन फिर भी उन लोग का आवाज से पहचान पा रहा था कि वो लोग मेइतै लोग ही थे. आरंबाई लोग, जो सुबह को आए थे, घर जलाया, उसके बाद उसको भी ऐसे उसका गर्दन काट दिया, क्योंकि भाषा अलग है ना, भाषा से उसने बोला पहचान लिया।
अच्छा, डेविड के परिवार में कितने लोग थे? डेविड की क्या उम्र थी?
डेविड का कुमिंसा मनियान सुन को मिंसा मनुमा।
डेविड ही 34 year kum somthum palining nin kasrita andi sungku hi.
So ground report from Manipur and how the intensity has been increasing day after day. The residents narrating their ordeal. Meanwhile, Rajya Sabha has resumed. The proceedings have started. Let's listen in.
प्लीज छत्तीसगढ़ से संबंधित बिल है ये, प्लीज माननीय अर्जुन मुंडा जी, प्लीज।
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के संबंध में अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में कतिपय समुदायों को शामिल करने के लिए संविधान अनुसूचित जनजाति आदेश 1950 का संशोधन करने वाले विधेयक पर लोकसभा द्वारा पारित रूप में विचार किया जाए। राज्य के अनुसूचित जनजातियों की सूची में विभिन्न समुदायों का समावेशन प्रस्तावित है। यह विधेयक दिनांक 21/12/2022 को लोकसभा में पारित किया गया था।
मोशन मूव।
जी मैं
आप इसमें कुछ बोलना चाहें? माननीय मंत्री जी को।
मैं यह भी प्रस्ताव रखता हूं कि छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य से संबंधित विधेयक में प्रस्तावित संशोधन को भी सदन में विचार में लाया जाए। पृष्ठ संख्या 1 पंक्ति 1 में 73वें शब्द के स्थान पर 74वें शब्द प्रतिस्थापित किया जाए। पृष्ठ संख्या 1 पंक्ति 4 में शब्द कोष्ठक और अंक 5वां संशोधन अधिनियम 2022 के स्थान पर शब्द कोष्ठक और अंक संशोधन अधिनियम 2023 प्रतिस्थापित किया जाए।
So motion moved. Now I'll invite speakers. माननीय श्री संदीप कुमार पाठक आप, माननीय संदीप कुमार पाठक आप, माननीय संदीप कुमार पाठक आप नहीं मौजूद हैं। श्री निरंजन बीसी, प्लीज आप बोले, आपकी बात रिकॉर्ड पे जाएगी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के संबंध में संविधान अनुसूचित जनजाति आदेश 5वां संशोधन विधेयक 2022 में बोलने का अवसर देने के लिए मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूं। ये बिल माननीय आदिवासी कार्य मंत्री श्री अर्जुन मुंडा जी के द्वारा 9 दिसंबर 2022 को लोकसभा में पेश किया गया था। विधेयक की पृष्ठभूमि सारांश विशेषताओं को देखें तो हम पाते हैं कि यह आदिवासी समुदाय के कल्याण के लिए वास्तविक अच्छा विधेयक है। ये विशेष रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ के आदिवासी समुदाय और साधारण रूप से भारत के आदिवासी के लिए सबसे बड़ा हित के लिए सहायक होगा। ये विधेयक
reports Hindi and English version of the Standing Committee on Energy as listed against my name in today's revised list of business. 36th report on action taken by the government on observation recommendation contained in the 20th report, 17th Lok Sabha of the Committee on the subject of tidal power development in India. 37th report on action taken by the government on observation recommendations contained in 21st report, 17th Lok Sabha of the Committee on the subject.
Right, the proceedings in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha underway amid acrimonious scenes. The opposition benches raising Pradhan Mantri Samne Aao, demanding Prime Minister's reply on the events, sad events in Manipur. And obviously repeated scenes. We have seen the same thing happening in this morning as well. And for the last 3 to 4 sessions, the story has been no different, with the opposition parties demanding reply from the Prime Minister.
मामलों संबंधी समिति 17वीं लोकसभा का 22वां प्रतिवेदन हिंदी तथा अंग्रेजी संस्करण प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
नंबर 13 श्री भरतोजी मेहताब जी।
समुदाय कुल जनसंख्या का 31% है, लेकिन ओडिशा राज्य में 62 अनुसूचित जनजाति समुदाय यानी 23% आदिवासी मौजूद है, जिसमें 13 पीवीटीजी निवास करते हैं और 100 से ज़्यादा आदिवासी हमारे समुदाय के हिस्से या समूह जैसे सहरा, तामाड़िया, पुराना, कलंगा, पहरिया, झोड़िया, मांकिड़िया, गुरुआ, अमानतिया, बेलदारगढ़, बुढ़ाकन, भोक्ता, बोई गदबा, चेरेंगा कोल्ह, चपुआ कुमार।
समिति द्वारा की गई सिफारिशों कार्यान्वयन की वर्तमान स्थिति का उल्लेख मेरे वक्तव्य के अनुबंध में किया गया है, जो सदन के पटल पर रखा है। 391 प्रतिवेदन पर की गई कार्रवाई की टिप्पणी की प्रति 26 जून 2023 को समिति कार्यालय को भेज दी गई है। मैं इस अनुबंध की अंतर्वस्तु को पढ़कर सदन का बहुमूल्य समय नहीं लूंगा और अनुरोध करता हूं कि इन्हें मेरे द्वारा पढ़ा हुआ मान लिया जाए।
आइटम नंबर 9 श्री अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी।
मणिपुर इशू, मणिपुर शुरू के दिन से एक ही गुहार लगाता है कि मणिपुर में चर्चा किया जाए। मणिपुर की जो
केवल पेपर लिंक कीजिए। अधीर दा, आप बहुत वरिष्ठ सांसद हैं। आइटम नंबर 15 श्री अजय मिश्रा जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री जी की ओर से प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि राजभाषा अधिनियम 1963 की धारा 4 की उपधारा 2 के अनुसरण में इस सभा के सदस्य एकल संक्रमणीय मत द्वारा आनुपातिक प्रतिनिधित्व प्रणाली के अनुसार श्री बालू भाई उर्फ सुरेश नारायण धानोकर जी, जिनका 30 मई 2023 को निधन हो गया था, के स्थान पर अपने में से एक सदस्य को राजभाषा समिति के सदस्य के रूप में निर्वाचित करें।
Right, so the parliamentary proceedings underway with acrimony amid the chants and slogans of the demand for Prime Minister to come and reply. We had seen a similar situation unfolding earlier as well. Let's listen in to what earlier in the day leaders like Smriti Irani, Mallikarjun Kharge, Amit Shah and Raghav Chadha had to say.
Shri Amit Shah has said it on the floor of the House that he is ready for a discussion. He is the minister in charge of internal security. It is absolutely appalling why the opposition doesn't want the truth regarding the Manipur crisis, as they so call it, to come to the fore. We reiterate our request as BJP members that the opposition allow a discussion as has been enunciated by Shri Amit Shah.
मणिपुर जल रहा है, रेप हो रहे हैं। मणिपुर में मकाना जला है और आप वहाँ मणिपुर की बात हम कर रहे हैं। मणिपुर की बात हम कर रहे हैं। प्राइम मिनिस्टर ईस्ट इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं। हाँ, इंडिया मीन्स ईस्ट इंडिया बोल रहे हैं। इंडिया
माननीय सदस्यगण, आप 2-3 दिन से मणिपुर की चर्चा की बात कर रहे हैं। माननीय गृह मंत्री जी यहाँ पर आए हैं। मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि सदन के सामने। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मेरा विपक्ष सभी सम्मानीय सदस्यों से मेरा आग्रह है कि एक बहुत संवेदनशील मुद्दे पर काफी सदस्यों ने, सत्ताधारी दल के और विपक्ष के दोनों ओर के सदस्य ने चर्चा की मांग की है। मैं सदन में चर्चा के लिए तैयार हूं। मुझे मालूम नहीं है कि विपक्ष क्यों चर्चा करने देना नहीं चाहता है। मेरा विपक्ष के नेता को आग्रह है कि चर्चा होने दे और इस महत्वपूर्ण मसले पर पूरे देश के सामने सच्चाई जाए, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। माननीय सदस्यगण, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि सरकार चर्चा करने को तैयार है। जो इस विभाग का मंत्री हैं वही चर्चा में भाग लेते हैं। नई परंपरा की मांग करना
और सदन नियोजित तरीके से चलाना ये देश और राष्ट्र के हित के लिए नहीं है। मैं माननीय सदस्यगणों से पुनः आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि जिन विषयों, जिन मुद्दों पर आप चर्चा करना चाहते हैं, सरकार ने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। मुद्दों पर चर्चा कराएं, समाधान कराएं, ताकि हम सामूहिक चर्चा से एक बेहतर रास्ता निकालकर वहां की जनता की भलाई कर सकें। पुनः माननीय सदस्यों आग्रह करूंगा अपनी अपनी सीट पर विराजें। सदन की कार्रवाई मंगलवार दिनांक 25 जुलाई 2023 को 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
रत्ती भर भी अंश नहीं बचा है और उनका एक ही लक्ष्य है कि जो भी सांसद आवाज उठा रहा है बीजेपी के खिलाफ या बीजेपी के जो नाकामी है उसको उजागर कर रहा है, निकम्मेपन को उजागर कर रहा है, उसकी डबल इंजन की सरकार को एक्सपोज कर रहा है, उसे निलंबित कर दो। आज एक बेहद बड़ा राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का मुद्दा बन गया है मणिपुर। जो मणिपुर से हैवानियत भरी, बर्बरता भरी वीडियोज और फोटोग्राफ सामने आ रही हैं, उससे मुझे लगता है पूरे देश का दिल दहल गया है। आपने देखा कि कैसे एक कारगिल युद्ध के समय हमारे देश का एक जवान, एक सूबेदार जिसने देश के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी, देश की प्रभुता अखंडता की रक्षा करी, आज उसकी धर्म पत्नी को निर्वस्त्र करके जिस प्रकार से परेड कराया गया और छेड़छाड़ करी गई, उनके साथ कुकर्म किया गया, वो बेचारा सूबेदार कह रहा है कि मैंने देश की रक्षा तो करी लेकिन मैं अपने परिवार की, अपनी पत्नी की रक्षा नहीं कर पाया। इससे अभद्र दृश्य इस देश के लिए क्या हो सकता है? ये महिला सुरक्षा का मुद्दा है, राष्ट्र सुरक्षा का मुद्दा। और इसलिए हम कहना चाहते हैं, विपक्ष की मांग क्या है, हम सब साथियों की मांग क्या है कि मन की बात बहुत हो गई, अब मणिपुर की बात हो।
My advice to the Honorable Prime Minister is meet your own MLAs from Manipur. They have been camping in Delhi and you refuse to meet them. Your MLAs have been beaten up, but nobody from your party has gone to look after them. Instead of meeting with your MPs in Delhi, my suggestion to the Honorable Prime Minister is go to Manipur, go to Imphal and look at the condition of the people living in relief camps. Today, the conflict has spread to Mizoram and Assam. People in Mizoram from Manipur have been asked to leave Mizoram. People from Mizoram who are living in Assam are being threatened. So only the Prime Minister is showing how anxious he is, how nervous he is, how he wants to escape the scrutiny of the opposition inside Parliament. He is afraid to speak inside Parliament, and that is why he is making these sort of illogical, intemperate remarks inside his own party meeting. So the day the India alliance has been constituted, we have seen the Prime Minister become anxious. He summoned a meeting of parties who have no symbol, who have no presence on the ground. And in that meeting also, it was not a meeting. He just gave his own lecture. He did not have the courage to hear or the patience or the time to hear what those parties had to say. There were parties from Manipur in that meeting of the NDA. But why did he not let them speak? There were Kuki representatives there. Why did he not speak there? So it just shows that ever since India has been constituted, we are a winning group. Bharat jeetne wala hai. And looking at this impending defeat, the Prime Minister is worried, he is nervous and anxious.
The government is ready for discussion. We are ready to have a debate. We want a healthy debate discussion. We want to highlight the atrocities against women. We want to highlight what is happening in Manipur and Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. We are concerned all over the country what is happening. We want the state.
इंफॉर्मेशन है, आईबी है, ये सबका इंफॉर्मेशन उनके पास रहता है, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी ये पूरे रहते। इसलिए हम ये चाहते हैं कि यहाँ आकर वो कहे और खुद को ये साबित करे कि वो मणिपुर के इंसिडेंट पे कंसर्न है और जो भी गलतियां किसी ने भी करने दो हम एक्शन लेंगे। ये कहने का छोड़ के 80 डेज से चल रहा है, आज 81 डे से चल रहा है, आपके मुंह से एक शब्द भी कंडम करने का नहीं निकला। और 81 से चल रहा है, सदन अब 4 दिन से चल रहा है, आकर बयान नहीं दे रहे हो, तो ये सब चीजें क्या है, दर्शाते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट सीरियस नहीं और उनको महिलाओं के इज्जत की परवाह नहीं है, वो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं करना चाहते हैं उनको। वो जो वहाँ के लोगों को जो भय है, क्योंकि घर जल रहे, रेप हो रहे, वुमेन को पीटा जा रहा है, नंगा किया जा रहा है, बच्चों को मारा जा रहा है और कई एमएलए को मारे, वो खुद ही टीवी पे आप देखे होंगे। सब ऐसी घटनाएं जब घटती है, छोटी है, इसको किसी एक इंसिडेंट से जोड़ सकते हैं आप, दूसरे स्टेट में चल रहा है। तो ये इंसिडेंट अलग अलग इंसिडेंट्स अलग अलग होते हैं, लेकिन इस इंसिडेंट ये एक नेशनल इम्पोर्टेंस का है और बाहर के देश वाले भी इस पर कमेंट कर रहे हैं। तो ये देश का मामला है, हम चाहते हैं कि वो खुद आकर स्टेटमेंट करे, बहस हो, डिस्कशन होने के बाद फिर वो उत्तर दे सकते हैं। पहला अपने सो मोटो स्टेटमेंट देने के बाद हम जो भी बात करेंगे हाउस में, उसका उत्तर फिर वो दे सकते हैं, उनको आज़ादी है। तो इतना कहता हूं मैं, वो खुद आए और स्टेटमेंट दे और लोगों को बताए कि सारे देश को मैं सबकी इज्जत प्रोटेक्ट करता हूं, महिलाओं की इज्जत प्रोटेक्ट करता हूं, लोगों के आज़ादी के जो है फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच, एक्सप्रेशन, और जो लोग भाग के जा रहे उनमें विश्वास अगर पैदा करना है तो खुद आके सारी बातें बताना चाहिए।
Right, Mallikarjun Kharge there leading the charge from the Congress opposition, unrelenting in its demands for the reply from the Prime Minister, and that's what the fix has been as of now, and we'll have to wait and watch. Now, this is interesting. The visuals that you see on the screen are from Aizawl, the capital city of Mizoram. We have separate identification bands for it also, describing the visuals. This visual, these protests, at the plain sight appears to, having been conducted in Manipur, but that's not the case. It's a show of strength basically from a specific community in Mizoram. Now, Mizoram, Zoramthanga state, we have a separate set of bands for this. For Aizawl, Mizoram protest. So, as I was mentioning, these visuals are again a show of strength in Mizoram, how they are coming in solidarity with the Kuki community in Manipur. Zoramthanga has shot a letter earlier to the Chief Minister of Manipur, N. Biren Singh, saying why the situation has escalated out of control. Likewise, simultaneously, there is an alleged exodus of Manipur residents from Mizoram also. Most of them are said to be meiteis. All these things happening as of now indicate to one factor, and as that Congress MP was mentioning in the previous sound bites, that the conflagration, the issues that are plaguing Manipur as of now has crossed the borders and has touched other states, Mizoram being one of them and Assam being the other. Assam yesterday sent some relief materials also through a train which was received by N. Biren Singh, the Chief Minister of Manipur. But look at these visuals, people bracing the rain, taking umbrellas out, walking in solidarity, raising slogans and showing their solidarity. Right, more visuals from Mizoram's capital Aizawl, the neighboring state of Manipur, and this congregation, this crowd is many, as they are reporting from the ground, say that is a show of strength by a particular community, and the placards obviously not readable from this angle, but yes, look at it. People out in the open with their umbrellas on, battling the rain, and we condemn what happened in Churachandpur. That's what the message says. And surely, I mean, this kind of gathering, this kind of public support coming out on the streets speaks volumes. It has not stayed just within the limits of Manipur now. Since the video that came out purportedly shot on May 4th, 2 months ago, now the situation has percolated to other states as well. Women folk taking out posters and banners and saying end the violence. This is the message, the demand that is coming from the people in Mizoram now. Right, so this is something unprecedented. Look at it. I mean, in first reaction, in first look, it appears that visuals like these are often seen during happier times, say when a country wins a football World Cup or a cricket World Cup, that kind of situation. But here, look at this solidarity march in Aizawl, for thousands turning up protesting against the Manipur violence, a solidarity march there in Mizoram's neighborhood. Look at it, more than 10,000 people it appears, the way they have lined up and protesting in unison, obviously for what is happening in Manipur as of now. The brutal gang rape and the parading of the women in Manipur has sparked this outrage, and quite palpable in the neighboring state of Mizoram. Right. Now let's listen in to some reactions once again, starting with Conrad Sangma.
That took place today in Chura, outside the CM Secretariat and the Commissioner of Division's office, is indeed very, very unfortunate. We had discussed with one or two of the groups and NGOs who had concerns and were having fasting for the last many days. And while discussions were going on, we had already agreed on finally meeting in Shillong and discussing this further with all different stakeholders, because the concerns that they have are affecting many communities and affecting the overall state as a whole, and hence these kind of decisions require more consultation. And in the meantime, of course, other development aspects and other works that we have initiated, those would continue at a fast pace, and those matters were discussed. And more or less, these NGOs who had these concerns were more or less satisfied. And I also would like to stress that majority of the stakeholders, civil society and the NGOs were not part of this fasting that took place. There were just 2 organizations, or maximum 3 organizations that were in this, but 90% of the organizations were not part of this. So even then, I felt it appropriate, and I've always believed that dialogue is important, and hence I made it a point to meet them and that was what was decided. And so while we discussed everything, after the discussion was almost over, we heard some agitation and some sloganing from outside. And I asked some of the people to go and speak to the people and their people and tell them to control and not to create any kind of scene out here. But once the leaders, the NGOs leaders had gone outside to talk to these people, they came back to tell us that they have no idea who these people are. They have never seen them here before. For the last 14 days since they have been here sitting and having this fasting, they didn't see these people, and today for the first time they've come, and some of them even looked, intoxicated and not really in the correct senses in some sense. And this was said not by me but by the NGO leaders themselves. And then after that, the NGO leaders themselves then had to come in to the building, and they could not leave from here themselves. And even now they are in one of the rooms. They are not able to go because they are also worried. And it seems that these people who are there are people who are not part of their organization. So we have a full video recording and details of all the people who have instigated. And definitely, as per law, necessary action will be taken from the police side. And also, as I said, we had asked that the organization.
बना मर कीजिए, मैं मरने जा रहा हूँ सर। नहीं सर नोटिफिकेशन जो किया उसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
कुछ नहीं, नोटिस निकला हुआ
सर। एक बार तो बता दीजिए ना यार, आप ही है, आप ही तो रेस्पॉन्सिबल है सर। प्लीज सर एक बार तो बताइए यार, एक मौका तो दे दीजिए।
बाद में
नहीं बाद में नहीं आधे करना है हम तो हाई प्लीज तो कीजिए ना, एक बार तो कीजिए।
मणिपुर में जो घटना घटा है दो कम्युनिटी के बीच में, यहाँ सरकार का अपना कुछ मतलब नेगेटिव के लिए घटना नहीं घटे है, लेकिन ये लोग प्रूव करना चाह रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट ने इसमें इन्वॉल्व होके गवर्नमेंट का दुर्नाम हो। लेकिन बंगाल जैसे एक डेवलपमेंट स्टेट में जो घटे हैं मालदा में, तो ये बहुत ही शर्मनाक की बात है कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कोई इनिशिएटिव नहीं है। वहाँ का जो पुलिस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उनका भी कोई मतलब के इनिशिएटिव नहीं है। ये घटना हम लोग निंदा करते हैं क्योंकि बंगाल जैसे एक जगह में ऐसा घटना घटे हैं और ये लोग जोड़ कर रहे हैं। स्टेट में ये लोगों का आपस में कोई मील नहीं है, सेंट्रल में ये लोग जोड़ कर रहे हैं। ये घोटाले को भ्रष्टाचार को ये एक्चुअली बंद करने के लिए ये जोड़ बने हैं। मैं दूसरा कोई लक्षण इसका नहीं देख रहा।
The major issue nowadays the country facing is the atrocities in Manipur. It is clearly an ethnic genocide. That is what is happening there. That issue we are willing to discuss in the House, both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and gave notice to chairman for permitting us to discuss the issue. But from the first day onwards, government is not willing to have a discussion in the House. Our demand is a Somoto statement by Prime Minister should be made in the House and followed by a discussion on the motion.
सौभाग्य है और सांसद हैं, सांसदों की गरिमा होती है और क्षेत्र के मुद्दे होते हैं, समस्याएं होती हैं, उनको उजागर करना चाहिए। और एक जो बड़ा संसद और देश का पार्लियामेंट जिसको पूरा देश की जिस पे निगाहें हैं, नेशनल इंटरनेशनल देखता है, उसको गरिमा बनाए रखना सांसदों का काम है। और चर्चा करना, किसी भी मुद्दे को लेकर सदन में बहस करना, उस तह तक पहुंचना, यह उद्देश्य होना चाहिए, न कि हंगामा करना।
Keep talking to me. इसका
Protesting scenes in Manipur and in adjoining Mizoram also. And now TV9 Bharatvarsh reporter is in Manipur. He brings us the ground report on the intensity of the protests and whatever has transpired so far. Jitendra Sharma has filed several reports, starting with a report of Jitendra Sharma from the checkpost at entry point of Churachandpur. Let's take a look.
हम इस वक्त चुराचांदपुर इलाके के एंट्री पॉइंट पर मौजूद हैं और ये जो जगह है वो दरअसल अगर आप तस्वीरों में देखें तो आपको किसी बॉर्डर से कम नहीं लगेगा, एकदम एलओसी की तरह आपको लगेगा, यानी कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल। ये वो जगह है जहां पर दोनों गुट की सीमाएं शुरू होती हैं। ठीक मेरे बाएं तरफ ये मेइतेई इलाका है और ठीक मेरे दाएं तरफ आप ये जो चुराचांदपुर इलाका देख रहे हैं ये जो है वो कुकी इलाका है और ये वो फ्रंट लाइन है जहां पर अक्सर फायरिंग की जो खबरें हैं वो आती हो रही। देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर बाकायदा तैयारी की गई है ये कुकी समुदाय के द्वारा। ये देखिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर बंकर बनाए गए हैं, यहाँ पर ये देखिए किस तरीके से बैरिकेटिंग यहाँ पर की गई है, बाकायदा मट्टी लगाकर यहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग की गई है, सामने पत्थर लगाकर बैरिकेटिंग की गई है ताकि जो गाड़ियां आती हैं उनकी स्पीड कम हो, यहाँ पर गाड़ियां धीरे जाएं। और उसके बाद ये लोग जो महिलाएं सामने आप देख रहे हैं कुकी समाज की, वो महिलाएं उन लोग गाड़ियों को चेक करती हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन अमित आपको दिखाएं एक बार। ये देखिए किस तरीके से बाकायदा उनको चेक किया जा रहा है, उनके आधार कार्ड चेक किए जाते हैं और उसके बाद जब वो श्योर हो जाती हैं कि चुराचांदपुर के रहने वाले लोग हैं तब उन्हें अंदर जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त दी जाती है। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से अगर कोई ज़बरदस्ती जाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसका भी इंतज़ाम यहाँ पर किया गया है। ये देखिए बाकायदा यहाँ पर जो किलो वाला फट्टा होता है वो यहां पर रखा हुआ है। अगर कोई जैसे ही जबरदस्ती यहां से गाड़ी ले जाने की जबरन कोशिश करेगा तो बाकायदा इस रस्सी के जरिए इस फट्टे को बीच रास्ते में लाया जाएगा ताकि उसकी कार को पंचर करके रोका जा सके। तो कह सकते हैं कि एक तरीके से ये जो पूरा इलाका है वो बॉर्डर के अंदर तब्दील हो चुका है। ये देखिए कि तस्वीरें आप देखिए, अब तस्वीरें ही अपने आप में बताने के लिए काफ़ी हैं कि मणिपुर के जो हालात हैं वो किस कदर बद से बदतर यहाँ पर हो चुके हैं। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो महिलाएं हैं उनको यहाँ पर आगे किया गया और मकसद ये है कि जिस वक्त आर्मी यहाँ पर आती है तो आर्मी अंदर ना एंटर कर पाए, इस वजह से यहाँ पर बाकायदा महिलाओं को रखा गया है फ्रंट लाइन पर। और ये वो महिलाएं हैं जैसे पुलिस फोर्स आती है, आर्मी आती है तो बाकायदा ये सामने आकर उनको रोकती हैं। और ये देखिए किस तरीके से बाकायदा जो गाड़ियां हैं उन गाड़ियों को यहाँ पर चेक किया जा रहा है। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ये देखिए जो भी गाड़ी जाती है अंदर बाकायदा उस गाड़ी को चेक किया जाता है इन महिलाओं के द्वारा। ये महिलाओं ने खुद पूरा अपने कंट्रोल में इस पूरे इलाके को ले लिया है। बाकायदा खुद ये हर गाड़ी को चेक करती है और चेक करने के बाद ही इनको हर वाहन को अंदर जाने की इजाज़त यहाँ पर दी जाती है। बाकायदा उनके आइडेंटिटी कार्ड यहाँ पर चेक किए जाते हैं और ये देखिए बाकायदा बैरिकेटिंग यहाँ पर की गई है। और ये तस्वीर मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आपको दिखाएं, बाकायदा यहाँ पर बंकर्स भी बनाए गए हैं और इन बंकर्स का जो इस्तेमाल है जब दूसरा गुट सामने आता है ठीक रोड के सामने से और जब वो फायरिंग करता है तो उस वक्त ये लोग छिपने के लिए इनका इस्तेमाल करते हैं। बाकायदा उनको रिटेलिएट करने के लिए इस तरीके से जो बंकर्स हैं इनका इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर किया जाता है। तो कह सकते हैं कि एक तरीके से ये जो पूरा इलाका आप देख रहे हैं, ये देखिए महिला यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई आपको सड़कों पर दिखाई देंगी। बाकायदा इन महिलाओं की जो ड्यूटी होती है वो भी यहाँ पर शिफ्ट में होती है, यानी कि 4-4 घंटे की यहाँ पर बाकायदा शिफ्ट लगती है और उसी शिफ्ट से यहाँ पर लोग अपनी नौकरी करते हैं, एक दूसरे की मदद यहाँ पर करते हैं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर सोने का इंतजाम इन्होंने यहाँ पर किया हुआ है। जो लोग शिफ्ट से अपनी ड्यूटी करते हैं यहाँ पर सोते हैं और उसके बाद जाकर अपनी शिफ्ट दोबारा से यहाँ पर करने लगते हैं। तो तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं, ये जो जगह है ये दरअसल वो जगह है, वो फ्रंट लाइन है जो कि दोनों गुटों को ठीक आमने सामने लाकर खड़ा करती है। और इसी फ्रंट लाइन पर सबसे ज़्यादा सिक्योरिटी आपको दिखाई देगी ये कुकी समाज की। और अगर हम यहाँ से तकरीबन 1.5 से 2 किलोमीटर दूर जाएंगे तो वहाँ पर जो मेइतेई समाज है उसकी यहाँ पर बाकायदा वहाँ पर भी ठीक इसी तरीके से उनका अरेंजमेंट जो है सिक्योरिटी का वो यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देगा। और बाकायदा जो लोग यहाँ पर आते हैं, जो भारी लोग अंदर जाते हैं, उनको एक स्लिप यहाँ पर इशू की जाती है और उस स्लिप को इशू करने के बाद उनका टाइम नोट किया जाता है और जब वो लोग बाहर आते हैं तो स्लिप को देने के बाद ही वो लोग यहाँ से निकल पाएंगे। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन आगे तक आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो गाड़ी आ रही है बाकायदा उस गाड़ी को भी यहाँ पर चेक किया जा रहा है महिलाओं के द्वारा। यहाँ पर स्लिप बाकायदा ली जाती है, जो स्लिप इनकी तरफ से इशू की जाती है। ये देखिए ठीक सामने वो जगह है जहाँ पर बाकायदा स्लिप यहाँ पर दी जाती है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से ये वो जगह है जहाँ पर यहाँ पर बाकायदा स्लिप इशू की जाती है और स्लिप इशू करने के बाद लोगों को आगे जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त फिलहाल दी जाती है। तो तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से अपनी खुद की सुरक्षा यहाँ पर लोग करते हुए साफ तौर पर दिखाई देंगे। और यहाँ पर जो कोशिश है स्थानीय लोगों की कि जो दूसरा गुट है वो यहाँ पर कैप्चर ना कर पाए, अंदर ना आ पाए, और उसी के लिए यहाँ पर बाकायदा इस तरीके से सीमेंटेड बंकर्स यहाँ पर बनाए गए और बाकायदा देखिए आधार कार्ड यहाँ दिखाया जाता है और उसके बाद यहाँ पर रजिस्टर में नोटिंग यहाँ पर की जाती है, बाकायदा यहाँ पर एक स्लिप इशू की जाती है और उस स्लिप के बाद ही चूराचांदपुर इलाके में किसी भी बाहरी शख्स को अंदर जाने की यहाँ पर इजाज़त दी जाती है। तो फिलहाल ये जो पूरा इलाका है एक तरीके से फ्रंट लाइन में तब्दील हो चुका है, LOC में तब्दील हो चुका है अगर कहा जाए सरल भाषा के शब्दों में, और यहाँ पर महिलाएं जो हैं खुद फ्रंट लाइन पर आगे मौजूद आपको दिखाई देंगी। इस वक्त हम चूराचांदपुर इलाके के अंदर मौजूद है और ये सबसे सेंसिटिव इलाका माना जाता है। और ये देखिए इस इलाके के अंदर किस तरीके से लोगों ने अपने घरों की जो फेंसिंग वॉल है वो बांस की खरपच्चियों से कटीले नुमा यहाँ पर बनाई हुई है। ये देखिए किस तरीके से, ताकि जो दूसरा गुट है वो घर के अंदर ना घुस पाए, और बाकायदा लोगों ने अपने घरों के सामने यहाँ पर बंकर्स भी बनाए हुए हैं। ये वो बंकर्स है जिनके पीछे छुपकर एक दूसरे के ऊपर यहाँ पर फायरिंग की जाती है। पिछले 3 दिनों से ये देखिए एक बंकर बाएं तरफ मेरे मौजूद है, ये देखिए किस तरीके से बंकर बनाया गया है, रेत की बोरियां यहाँ पर रखी हुई है और ठीक इसी तरीके से हर घर के सामने यहाँ पर अमूमन आपको बंकर दिखाई देगा और इसी बंकर के पीछे छिपकर एक दूसरे के ऊपर जमकर यहाँ पर फायरिंग की जाती है। और पिछले 3 दिनों से लगातार ये इलाका बेहद सेंसिटिव हो चुका है। लगातार शाम होते यहाँ पर फायरिंग शुरू हो जाती है। इन्हीं बंकर्स का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है एक दूसरे के ऊपर फायरिंग करने के लिए और एक दूसरे के ऊपर तकरीबन आधे से पौने घंटे तक लगातार यहाँ पर फायरिंग की जाती है। देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो बंकर्स हैं वो यहाँ पर बनाए गए हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन तस्वीरें आपको दिखाता रहे और ये देखिए किस तरीके से यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है बंकर्स का। लगातार यहाँ पर पेट्रोलिंग की जा रही है, हथियारों को हाथ में लेकर लोग गाड़ियों के अंदर यहाँ पर बाकायदा पेट्रोलिंग भी करते हुए साफ तौर पर देखे जा सकते हैं। देखिए किस तरीके से इस इलाके के अंदर यहाँ पर लोगों ने बंकर्स यहाँ पर बनाए हुए और इन्हीं बंकर्स का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर फायरिंग के लिए किया जाता है। ठीक मेरे पीछे जहाँ तक आपकी नज़र जाएगी आपको यहाँ पर ताबूत रखे हुए दिखाई देंगे और ताबूत के ऊपर ठीक इस तरीके से फूल चढ़ाए गए हैं। दरअसल इस वक्त मैं चूराचांदपुर इलाके के अंदर मौजूद हूँ। ये पहाड़ी इलाका है और इस हिंसा के दौरान तकरीबन 138 लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है और उन्हीं की याद में देखिए किस तरीके से सिंबॉलिक तौर पर यहाँ पर ये ताबूत रखे गए हैं। इसके अलावा ठीक सामने मैं चाहूँगा कैमरामैन अमित बालियान आपको दिखाए, वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यहाँ पर बनाया गया है, यानी कि इस हिंसा के दौरान जितने लोगों की मौत हुई उनकी याद में एक वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस बनाया गया और ठीक सामने दीवार के ऊपर उनकी तस्वीरें भी चिपकाई गई हैं। बाकायदा उनकी तस्वीरों के साथ यहाँ पर आप देखिए यहाँ पर फूल भी लगाए गए हैं और देखिए सिंबॉलिक तौर पर यहाँ पर बाकायदा ये कॉफिन्स यहाँ पर रखे गए। आप यहीं के रहने वाले हैं?
एंड कंफर्म 100 अबव, कंफर्म 130 कंफर्म,
अच्छा,
एंड कंफर्म 100 अबव।
बिल्कुल, देखिए इनका कहना है कि 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है, यानी कि 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों की मौत हो चुकी है। और ये देखिए इस पूरी हिंसा के दौरान उनकी याद में किस तरीके से यहाँ पर वॉल बनाई गई और देखिए लोग यहाँ पर आ भी रहे हैं। इस यहाँ पर अपनों जो अपनों को खो चुके हैं उनको याद करने के लिए यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं। और इसके अलावा यहाँ पर देखिए वॉल के ऊपर लिखा भी है डेड, यानी कि जिनकी मृत्यु इस हिंसा के दौरान इस पहाड़ी इलाके में 129 से ज़्यादा, इंजर्ड 800 से ज़्यादा, चर्च जो जलाए गए 357 से ज़्यादा, जो घर जलाए गए 4550 से ज़्यादा और इसके अलावा जो गांव जलाए गए 292 से ज़्यादा। और ठीक उसके नीचे देखिए लोगों ने अपने अपने तरीके से अपनों को याद करते हुए या फिर जिनके घर जलाए गए, जिनको नुकसान हुआ, उन सभी ने अपने अपने तरीके से यहाँ पर कोटेशन लिखी हुई है। वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस के ठीक नीचे आप देख सकते हैं 3 मई से ये पूरा फसाद जो है वो इस पहाड़ी इलाके के अंदर शुरू हुआ था और उसके बाद से जिन लोगों ने भी अपनों को खोया है यहाँ पर उनकी याद में देखिए वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यहाँ पर बनाया गया। दरअसल ये ट्राइबल इलाका है और ये जो वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस है वो ट्राइबल्स जिनकी मौत हुई है इस पहाड़ी इलाके के अंदर इस हिंसा के दौरान उनकी याद में सिंबॉलिक कॉफिन्स यहाँ पर रखे गए हैं। और ये पूरा जो वॉल आप देख रहे हैं जिस पर फोटो लगी हुई है जिन लोगों की मौत हुई है हिंसा के दौरान उनकी याद में वॉल ऑफ रिमेम्बरेंस यहाँ पर बनाया गया है। हम इस वक्त मणिपुर के इंफाल में मौजूद है और आपको यहाँ पर ग्राउंड रियलिटी दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे, बताने की कोशिश करेंगे आखिरकार मणिपुर के इंफाल में इस वक्त हालात कैसे हैं। तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं, जगह जगह आपको इस वक्त यहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की तैनाती नजर आएगी। हालांकि जो मार्केट है वो पूरी मार्केट आपको बंद नजर आएगी। सभी ने दुकानें अपनी बंद की हुई हैं। जो लोग हैं वो अब ज़्यादातर अपने घरों के अंदर कैद हैं और कुछ बच्चे आपको दिखाई देंगे जो घरों के बाहर छोटे छोटे प्लेग्राउंड बने हुए हैं, उन प्लेग्राउंड में जो बच्चे खेल रहे हैं उनकी सिक्योरिटी के लिए भी बाकायदा फोर्सेस की तैनाती यहाँ पर की गई है। देखिए किस तरीके से जो बच्चे हैं वो पुलिस निगरानी के अंदर यहाँ पर या फिर क्या सिक्योरिटी की निगरानी में खेलते हुए साफ तौर पर यहाँ देखे जा सकते हैं। और सिर्फ ये हाल इंफाल में नहीं बल्कि अगर इंफाल के आउटस्कर्ट की बात करें तो आउटस्कर्ट में जो हालात हैं वो बेहद खराब हो चुके हैं। दरअसल दोनों गुटों के बीच लगातार जो गोलीबारी है वो चल रही है। हिंसा का माहौल जो है वो आउटस्कर्ट पर इंफाल के ज़्यादा देखा जा रहा है, जैसे चुराचांदपुर इलाका, इसके अलावा इसी तरीके के जितने भी संवेदनशील इलाके हैं हर जगह इस वक्त सिक्योरिटी तैनात कर दी गई है। बावजूद इसके हिंसा पर काबू पाना बेहद मुश्किल हो रहा है। और जो सड़कें वो पूरी तरीके से इंफाल की भी आपको यहाँ पर खाली ही दिखाई देंगी। जो गाड़ियाँ इस वक्त आप चलते हुए देख रहे हैं ये वो लोग हैं जो कि या तो अपने बेहद ज़रूरी काम से घर से बाहर निकले या फिर सरकारी मुलाजिम हैं। ये देखिए किस तरीके से जगह जगह सिक्योरिटी जो फोर्सेज हैं उनकी यहाँ पर तैनाती की गई है। और देखिए ठीक अंदर बच्चों का ग्राउंड है और बच्चे खेलते हुए साफ तौर पर देखे जा सकते हैं किस तरीके से सिक्योरिटी की निगरानी में यहाँ पर जो तमाम लोग हैं या फिर के जो बच्चे हैं वो फुटबॉल खेलते हुए देखे जा सकते हैं। ये ग्राउंड रियलिटी इस वक्त मणिपुर की और सरकार की लगातार कोशिश है कि किसी भी सूरत में जो हिंसा हो रही है उस हिंसा पर काबू पाया जा सके। पिछले 2.5 महीने से मणिपुर लगातार हिंसा की आग में जल रहा है। सरकार की जो तमाम कोशिशें हैं शांति बहाली की वो कहीं ना कहीं नाकाम होती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। इस वक्त मैं इंफाल के अंदर मौजूद हूं और ये वो रास्ता है जो कि सीधा एयरपोर्ट के लिए जाता है और मैं चाहूंगा कैमरामैन अमित से आपको दिखाए। ये देखिए किस तरीके से जो सड़कें हैं वो आपको खाली यहाँ पर नजर आएंगी। तकरीबन 2:30 बजे का वक्त है दोपहर का और जो गाड़ियां भी इस वक्त आपको नजर आ रही हैं दरअसल ये वो लोग हैं जो अपने बेहद जरूरी काम से या फिर जो सरकारी मुलाजिम हैं वो यहाँ पर सड़कों के ऊपर इस वक्त आपको दिखाई देंगे। इसके अलावा जो इंफाल में रहने वाले लोग हैं उन्होंने खुद को घरों के अंदर कैद कर लिया है। इधर ठीक मेरे बाएं तरफ और दाएं तरफ दोनों तरफ ये मार्केट है और ये देखिए मार्केट जो है वो पूरी तरीके से आपको बंद यहाँ पर नजर आएगी। जो शटर है दुकानों के वो बंद यहाँ पर नजर आएंगे। दुकानों के ऊपर ताले लगे हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। दिन का वक्त है, हालांकि अभी जो कर्फ्यू है वो कुछ टाइम के लिए खोल दिया गया है। कर्फ्यू का टाइम तकरीबन दोपहर 4 बजे तक के लिए बढ़ा दिया गया है। बावजूद इसके लोगों के अंदर इस तरीके का डर पैदा हो चुका है, उनका मन के अंदर इतना डर पैदा हो चुका है कि वो लोग अपनी दुकानें तक नहीं खोल पा रहे हैं, घरों से बाहर कदम नहीं रख पा रहे हैं। हालांकि ये जो हिंसा हो रही है मणिपुर के अंदर वो हिंसा दरअसल जो इंफाल का आउटस्कर्ट का इलाका है, जो पहाड़ी इलाका है वहां पर ज्यादा सुनने में आ रही है। कल रात भी जो चुराचांदपुर इलाका है जिसे सीसीपुर कहा जाता है मणिपुर के अंदर, वहां दोनों समुदायों ने एक दूसरे के ऊपर जमकर फायरिंग की है। हालांकि पुलिस बल जब तक मौके पर पहुंचा तब तक काफी देर हो चुकी थी। दोनों समुदाय के लोग जो इस फायरिंग के अंदर शामिल थे मौके से फरार हो चुके थे। लेकिन जो पुलिस फोर्स है वो ज्यादातर उन्हीं इलाकों के अंदर तैनात है और ये जो इलाका है इंफाल का, इस जगह पर आपको कोई भी पुलिस तैनात यहाँ नहीं दिखाई देगी। इसके अलावा जो पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स है वो भी इक्की दुक्की जगह जो सेंसिटिव इलाके हैं वहीं पर आपको दिखाई देगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों के मन में जो है वो डर इस कदर बैठ चुका है कि लोग वापस जो सामान्य जिंदगी है उसकी तरफ नहीं लौट पा रहे हैं। मणिपुर में हिंसा के दौरान जिस तरीके से बर्बरता की तस्वीरें सामने आई, महिलाओं के साथ अभद्रता की गई, उसी में से एक जो पीड़ित परिवार है वो हमारे साथ मौजूद है। जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि आखिरकार उस दिन हुआ क्या था। सबसे पहले आपसे जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिरकार उस दिन हुआ क्या था।
जिनी तो इंसिडेंट उमने खमा बोइना की पत्नी का बांगती बांगोला की पने हम
कि बोइना जी इन उमलो को सो कहे लो सके।
Actually, she was not there at the moment. Just her husband and the 2 children over the villages, and then she and one of her son were here.
अच्छा, ये बताइए आपको क्या पता चला क्या इस बारे में?
Bangti bola thu kale hem bang.
आप हिंदी में
जाना फोन का वक्त बोल ले मो कहित बोय कन ईमेल मते तो किदे तो कहि 18 नाउ अने थिपा hi mo इचन कहे रसो जिंकाला का हो की दो सोन लम निताक लम सो की हो मन लो कता जिंकाला सो की हो इन हो अफेल खन अति वन जाना की पनी तारीख थुम जाना का हो हंग हाल पद हिता मो जी खवाना का थक दो खन तो ईमेल मते तो nauri ka panukan ki kap to ka hi ti wa ika aki kap to ka police ten ke ulam erge sang to hedun kapang thei ta poi wa dok ka ta ti.
It was Hindi में तो English. It was on the 3rd. Actually, it was the day it started the riot. The riot was started on the 3rd, but then she got a call from her son, and then at that time, few houses were started burning in the villages, and it was on the second day that she got a call from her son again. We could not safeguard ourselves anymore, so we are running away. We are fleeing the villages, and after that, it was the last time she talked with the son.
इनके साथ क्या किया था?
इनके साथ वो तो वहाँ पे नहीं था गांव में तो सिर्फ इसका पति और एक डॉटर एंड द सन.
तो जो हादसा पेश आया, जो वीडियो वायरल है, वो किसका है? इनके परिवार में?
इसकी बेटी.
अच्छा. तो कौन लोग थे, कुछ पता चल पाया उनके बारे में?
मॉब. Other than that, it was just the mob. Everyone was gathered around there, all the meiteis.
पुलिस ने आप लोगों से बातचीत की, आपकी एफआईआर दर्ज की?
एफआईआर कल बोल रहे हैं. एफआईआर तो किया है, लेकिन अभी तक गवर्नमेंट और लीगली नथिंग सॉर्ट ऑफ एनी कमीशन, नथिंग, कुछ भी नहीं.
अच्छा, जिस वक्त ये हादसा पेश आया उस वक्त बेटी कहाँ से आ रही थी, कुछ बताया इन्होंने? कहाँ पर उनको पकड़ा, कौन लोग थे?
एक्चुअली शी वॉज नॉट देयर, सो
नहीं, बेटी ने बाद में बताया इनको?
ना विनो अकिपदा ना ताइदो दा कनन किंगेन के
चिठी में के
it's they were fleeing from the village, the daughter, the son and the father. It was at their hideout that the mob found them, and it was from that the attack happened.
तो अब ये क्या चाहती हैं?
Justice.
तो बिल्कुल ये देखिए, इसी तरीके से कई ऐसे पीड़ित परिवार हैं, और जिस तरीके का जो बर्बरता का वीडियो आपने देखा, उसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं एक खौफ का माहौल पैदा हो चुका है, और कहीं ना कहीं अब ये परिवार जो है अब साफ तौर पर इंसाफ की गुहार लगा रहा है. हालांकि एफआईआर दर्ज कर ली गई है, लेकिन अभी तक पुलिस ने गिरफ्तारी की अगर बात करें तो सिर्फ 6 लोगों की हुई है. बाकी जो बड़ा मॉब था, बड़ी संख्या में लोग वहां पर मौजूद थे, बाकी लोगों की अभी तक गिरफ्तारी इस पूरे मामले में नहीं हो पाई है. लगातार मणिपुर हिंसा से जुड़ी हुई तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं. कुछ दिन पहले जिस तरीके से कुछ मणिपुर की रहने वाली लड़कियों के साथ बर्बरता की वीडियो सामने, इसी तरीके से एक और वीडियो इन दिनों वायरल हो रहा है, जिसमें साफ तौर पर देखा जा सकता है कि एक शख्स दूसरे शख्स की गर्दन काटकर गांव के अंदर घूम रहा है, और उसके बाद उसी शख्स के घर की जो बाउंड्री वॉल होती है उस पर उस गर्दन को रखकर वहां से निकल जाता है. दरअसल ये जो वीडियो है वो चुराचांदपुर इलाके की है, और इस वक्त हमारे साथ उसी परिवार के सदस्य मौजूद हैं, जिस मृतक का नाम डेविड था, और हम जानने की कोशिश करते हैं आखिरकार उस वक्त ये घटनाक्रम पूरा किस तरीके का था, हुआ क्या था उस वक्त. सबसे पहले व्हाट्स योर नेम?
मोनपुई.
ये बताइए उस दिन हुआ क्या था?
tilsungdan chu zanan thokhan in anin kaptana mo chu anin kap than khan hi meitei arambai hain hung na chu jingkar in mateunan hungane khusunga.
क्या हुआ था?
फायरिंग तो रात को शुरू हुए थे, लेकिन सुबह को अरम्बाई लोग आए थे, तो ये सब घटना तब हुआ सुबह को.
अच्छा, कितने लोग थे, क्या किया था उन लोगों ने?
जामन हुआ इमन था
mi injan hung chu karil thein mitam tak chu an hunga in hai thum no tha than la ka chuan lak zo nung chun inan ro pa ya e chungang chunan khosane.
कितने लोग आए थे उन लोग ये नहीं बता सकते, क्योंकि उसने गिनती नहीं किया, लेकिन बहुत सारे थे. वो लोग एक साथ आए थे और फिर घर घर घुस के जो सामान उन लोग को पसंद था वो निकाल के वो लोग लेके गया, और बाकी वो लोग जला दिया.
अच्छा, डेविड को ले जाते हुए आपने देखा था? डेविड को भी लेकर गए?
डेविड एंड छुइलाई मुआम
कम हुनन छुइलाई तक च
उनको ले जाते हुए इसने नहीं देखा.
अच्छा, तो कौन था वो शख्स जिसने मारा, बाद में पता चल पाया आप लोगों को?
अब वो तू है कि सिंगम
अब तू है चू मिति नहीं मुनो लेन मो रिचु का रिच चिंग नो जो अमी रोक जो अन्नी गए नहीं थी हन ट्रोंगरीन का रिच थी
आंखों से नहीं देखा लेकिन फिर भी उन लोग का आवाज़ से पहचान पा रहा था कि वो लोग मेइतेई लोग ही थे, अरम्बाई लोग जो सुबह को आए थे, घर जलाया, उसके बाद उसको भी ऐसे उसका गर्दन काट दिया क्योंकि भाषा अलग है ना, भाषा से उसने बोला पहचान लिया।
अच्छा, डेविड के परिवार में कितने लोग थे? डेविड की क्या उम्र थी?
डेविड का कुमिंसा मनियान सुन को मिंसा मनुमा
डेविड ही 34 यार कुम सोमथुम पलिनिंग नीन का रीता अंदी सुंकु ही मी पथुम अपाले असंगले पथुम अन्य
जी।
इनके फैमिली में 3 लोग हैं, उसके पिताजी, भाई और वो डेविड थे, और फिर उनका उम्र शायद 34 होंगे।
तो क्या पुलिस ने कोई एक्शन लिया उसके बाद?
पुलिस है इन एक्शन मनला का
चनी इन खमई लखीन
उसी दिन से लेके अब तक पुलिस के बारे में कुछ पता नहीं बोल रहा।
तो बिल्कुल देखिए, ये मणिपुरी भाषा में बात कर रहे थे हमसे, इन्हें हिंदी नहीं आती, उसके लिए हमने इनकी मदद ली है। इन्होंने हमें बताया कि दरअसल जिस वक्त डेविड को किडनैप किया गया, जिस वक्त डेविड को उसके घर के पास से उठाया गया जबरन, उस वक्त ये उनके साथ मौजूद थे और ये किसी तरीके से अपनी जान बचाकर वहां से निकल गए। लेकिन जो दूसरा गुट था वो डेविड को लेकर गया और उसके बाद डेविड की गर्दन काटी गई और उसके बाद जो डेविड का जो गर्दन थी उसको सर को पूरे गांव के अंदर घुमाया गया और बाद में उसके घर की जो बाउंड्री वॉल थी उसके ऊपर टांगकर आरोपी वहां से फरार हो गए। प्लस फिलहाल पुलिस ने मुकदमा दर्ज कर लिया है, लेकिन आरोपी की गिरफ्तारी अभी तक इस पूरे मामले में नहीं की गई है।
Shri Amit Shah has said it on the floor of the House that he is ready for a discussion. He is the minister in charge of internal security. It is absolutely appalling why the opposition doesn't want the truth regarding the Manipur crisis, as they so call it, to come to the fore. We reiterate our request as BJP members that the opposition allow a discussion as has been enunciated by Shri Amit Shah.
हम मोदी साहब को सदन में आके मणिपुर पे आप वहाँ के स्थिति पे बोलिए, हम इंसिस्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो अपने पार्टी में ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी की बात करते हैं। अरे भाई, मणिपुर पे बात करो, ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी का अगर बात करना है उसमें कौन किस किस की पात्र क्या है, उस वक्त के हिंदू महासभा का पात्र क्या था, उस वक्त गोलवलकर गुरुजी का कहना क्या था, सावरकर जी का कहना क्या था, और उस वक्त के ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी में नौकरी में घुसने वाले कौन लोग थे, और क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट में जो गांधी जी कॉल दिए उसको तोड़ने का काम किसने किया। क्विट इंडिया में तो नो भाग नहीं लिए, तो वो बोले कि नौकरी क्यों घुमा लेते हो आप, ऐसा एडवाइस यही बीजेपी के उनके पूर्वज बोले। और आज हमको बोल रहे ईस्ट इंडिया का याद उनको आ रहा अभी, क्योंकि चलो हमारा करता धरता चले गया, अब यहाँ कोई नहीं है। तो दूसरा और एक क्या है कि नाम बदलने से कुछ नहीं होता, ठीक है, नाम बदलने से कुछ नहीं होता, लेकिन नाम तो रखा जाता है। तो हमने इंडिया ये जो नाम हमारे अलायंस पार्टी के लिए रखा, उनकी घबराहट क्यों? नाम में जब कुछ भी नहीं है तो घबराहट की बात क्यों हो रही है? तो उसका मतलब यही है, जब हमारी मीटिंग, अपोजिशन की मीटिंग यशस्वी हो रही है, पटना हो, बेंगलुरु हो, यहाँ पर हो, ये घबर गए, उनमें घबराहट पैदा हो गई है और डर गए, और डर से ये सब बातें कर रहे हैं। इंडिया मुजाहिदीन और ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी की याद आ रही। अरे जो लोग ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को मदद किए, जो लोग ब्रिटिशर्स को मदद किए, जो लोग आज़ादी के वक्त हिस्सा नहीं लिए, क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट में हिस्सा नहीं लिए, ऐसे विचारधारा के लोग और गांधी जी के हत्या करने वाले विचारधारा के लोगों के साथ जुड़े हुए पार्टी, और हमको ये कह रहे कि ये लोगों का दिशाहीन है, इनको कुछ, अरे दिशाहीन नहीं है, दिशा बताने वाले हम हैं, लेकिन मोदी जी दिशाहीन हो गए हैं कि उनको अब क्या करना, किधर करना, कैसा करना, ये उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा। इसलिए हमको क्या हमेशा वो इस भाषा में बोल रहे हैं। और मैं यही कहूँगा कि जो बयान वो बाहर देते हैं लोगों को भटकाने का है, अंदर आके आप अपनी बात रखो मणिपुर पे, ठीक से चर्चा होने दो। हम 267 इसलिए लाए हैं राज्यसभा में, हम वोट ऑफ नो कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं ला सकते, और हम यहाँ पर सिर्फ 267 के तहत ही चर्चा बड़ी विस्तार से कर सकते हैं, और इस पे वोटिंग भी हो सकता है रेजोल्यूशन अगर हुआ तो।
रत्ती भर भी अंश नहीं बचा है और उनका एक ही लक्ष्य है कि जो भी सांसद आवाज उठा रहा है बीजेपी के खिलाफ या बीजेपी के जो नाकामी है उसको उजागर कर रहा है, निकम्मेपन को उजागर कर रहा है, उसकी डबल इंजन की सरकार को एक्सपोज कर रहा है, उसे निलंबित कर दो। आज एक बेहद बड़ा राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का मुद्दा बन गया है मणिपुर, जो मणिपुर से हैवानियत भरी, बर्बरता भरी वीडियोस और फोटोग्राफ सामने आ रही हैं, उससे मुझे लगता है पूरे देश का दिल दहल गया है। आपने देखा कि कैसे एक कारगिल युद्ध के समय हमारे देश का एक जवान, एक सूबेदार जिसने देश के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी, देश की प्रभुता अखंडता की रक्षा करी, आज उसकी धर्म पत्नी को निर्वस्त्र करके जिस प्रकार से परेड कराया गया और छेड़छाड़ करी गई, उनके साथ कुकर्म किया गया, वो बेचारा सूबेदार कह रहा है कि मैंने देश की रक्षा तो करी लेकिन मैं अपने परिवार की, अपनी पत्नी की रक्षा नहीं कर पाया। इससे अभद्र दृश्य इस देश के लिए क्या हो सकता है? ये महिला सुरक्षा का मुद्दा है, राष्ट्र सुरक्षा का मुद्दा, और इसलिए हम कहना चाहते हैं विपक्ष की मांग क्या है, हम सब साथियों की मांग क्या है कि मन की बात बहुत हो गई, अब मणिपुर की बात हो।
My advice to the Honorable Prime Minister is meet your own MLAs from Manipur. They have been camping in Delhi and you refuse to meet them. Your MLAs have been beaten up, but nobody from your party has gone to look after them. Instead of meeting with your MPs in Delhi, my suggestion to the Honorable Prime Minister is go to Manipur, go to Imphal and look at the condition of the people living in relief camps. Today, the conflict has spread to Mizoram and Assam. People in Mizoram from Manipur have been asked to leave Mizoram. People from Mizoram who are living in Assam are being threatened. So only the Prime Minister is showing how anxious he is, how nervous he is, how he wants to escape the scrutiny of the opposition inside Parliament. He is afraid to speak inside Parliament, and that is why he is making these sort of illogical, intemperate remarks inside his own party meeting. So the day the India alliance has been constituted, we have seen the Prime Minister become anxious. He summoned a meeting of parties who have no symbol, who have no presence on the ground. And in that meeting also, it was not a meeting. He just gave his own lecture. He did not have the courage to hear or the patience or the time to hear what those parties had to say. There were parties from Manipur in that meeting of the NDA. But why did he not let them speak? There were kuki representatives there. Why did he not speak there? So it just shows that ever since India has been constituted, we are a winning group. Bharat jeetne wala hai, and looking at this impending defeat, the Prime Minister is worried, he is nervous and anxious.
China won't let us rest easy on our borders, but they will keep flooding our markets. What does Xi Jinping really want?
I think he wants the Indian market, no doubt about it. It's really a matter of showing their dominance.
India's great Chinese conundrum.
Nobody can contain it. Not the United States, not China, not anybody else.
Frenemies. Streaming now. Now, this is what we call a rare occurrence. First things first, the UK, United Kingdom, is probing the attack on the Indian consulate in London. And secondly, India has agreed for a limited diplomatic waiver. What is it? We'll tell you in detail. India has granted limited diplomatic immunity waiver for its diplomats stationed in the UK as part of the investigation into the attack on the Indian mission by the pro-Khalistan supporters in March. The waiver will be effective once the investigation enters the trial phase. The London police conducting the investigation into the attack approached the Indian government to grant diplomatic immunity waiver to witnesses and complainants posted at the Indian mission. Diplomatic immunity is reciprocal and aims to exempt diplomats from foreign jurisdiction laws. India expects the UK government to thoroughly investigate the London attack and set a precedent for other countries. The NIA, which is examining the case, has published videos to encourage public identification of the perpetrators. Indian authorities have also issued lookout notices against the attackers as part of their efforts to counter the expanding network of the radical Sikhs in various countries, including the United States, Australia, Canada, and the UK. Now, News9 Plus brings you a documentary on how last time the call for Khalistan reverberated across Punjab. More than 20,000 people were killed. The holy Harmandir Sahib was desecrated and the Prime Minister of India assassinated. After 30 years, the state once again, the state of Punjab, is somehow facing the similar unrest, but in a very hush-hush manner, so to say. Has Khalistan come back to haunt Punjab once again? Take a look.
On 23rd February 2023, supporters of Waris Punjab De Head by Amritpal Singh stormed a police station in Ajnala on the outskirts of Amritsar, Punjab. Carrying the holy Guru Granth Sahib and armed with swords and guns, the mob demanded the release of a man accused of kidnapping and assault. And Punjab surrendered. This is but the latest series of disturbing incidents that include RPGs being fired at police establishments and drones ferrying drugs and weapons into the state on a daily basis. Punjab has become a powder keg, and now the Frankenstein of Khalistan re-emerging. The questions today are both troubling and numerous. How did Punjab come to this state of lawlessness? Is this the rebirth of the Khalistani movement? And is Punjab doomed to relive a bloody past?